It's 6:00 p.m. I'm going to call the council to order. Please silence your cell phones, and please rise for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Melissa Walden is going to have our prayer.
Father, we ask you to come into our presence. We sure need you, and we thank you for answering before we ask. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. All right, I want to thank everyone for coming here tonight. We are having a special meeting. This is our rescheduled council agenda meeting. It's June 10, 2025. I have a few mayor announcements because it's been a while since we last met, but what a nice break that was. All right, so in May, just to catch you all up, I personally delivered 4 proclamations recognizing Municipal Clerks Week, International Firefighters Day, National Police Week, and Public Works Week. They were all published in the city's newsletter, but I just wanted to recap for the public. The purpose of a proclamation is to officially announce important information to the public. They are a way to commemorate special days or events, bringing recognition to and honoring individual groups or causes. And this is one of the specific duties given to mayors, and it's one that I enjoy doing. In May, we also celebrated the retirement of Ryan Howerton, the first in Keene Fire Department's history. Ryan worked here for 22 and a half years, serving the last few years as captain, and he'll be missed. Also, the grand opening for Tractor Supply Company took place on Saturday, June 7. I want to thank Mr. Shaw, Mr. Chapman, and Pro Tem Gutwa for coming to show your support. A ribbon cutting took place, coordinated by the Keene Chamber. So thank you, Paul Knott, for arranging for that. I'm so happy that this business is invested in Keene's future. There were many hurdles to get this business here across the finish line. A big thanks goes to Brent Batla, our former city manager. In my heart, it wouldn't have happened without him. I personally sent him a thank you this weekend after the event and told him that. As mayor, I like to support the youth of our community, so I'd like to mention also in May that I was interviewed by Daniel Morales of Keene ISD for a class assignment. He reminded me why I'm sitting in this chair, to be a voice to the people, an advocate for them. Daniel didn't realize it, but I had been feeling discouraged that I wasn't doing enough or that I wasn't making a positive impact on this community. He helped me see that I am making a difference. I'm staying focused on the hard task, along with all of you, of serving the public, providing essential services, and maintaining our infrastructure. And I will continue to use my voice to move our city forward in the most transparent and fiscally responsible way I can, because that is who I am and that's what I do. I'm proud of what we've accomplished together. And on that note, I would also like to add that I received 2 emails last month from 2 other students in our community. They would like me to let council know about plastic pollution, how it chokes wildlife, damages soil and poisons groundwater, and can cause serious health impacts for our citizens. Both students asked that as a council, we take a stand to enact policies that ensure that Keene is a safe and clean place to live. All right, council, do you have any other announcements that you would like to make? Mr. Smith?
I wanted to recognize a couple of people in the city of Keene. We had a training that was put on by Mrs. Sandra, our HR lady, and it just went off without a hitch. It was a First Amendment auditor training that we did. It was open to pretty much all of Johnson County, if I'm not mistaken. There was a lot of people there. There was probably at least 80 to 100 people there. It was a phenomenal training. We learned a lot about how to protect people's rights and to allow people to do what they need, what they can do on our streets and in public areas. So thank you, Mrs. Sandra, for doing that. And then I'd also like to mention Chief Kidd. We had an encounter with a First Amendment auditor here in town, And I was able to speak to the gentleman, and then Mr. Evans from the police department, alongside with Mr. Kidd. Me and Mr. Kidd had talked about it just a week prior, and so it went off without a hitch. The guy was able to do his audit, and basically what happened is we just saved the city thousands and thousands of dollars, because these guys do go around and they try to look for the holes in our city, in our staff members. And so what they're trying to do is just create a problem, and because we didn't react to their problem, it just didn't happen. So thank you, Chief Kidd, for the enormous work that you're doing with your police department to keep those lines of communication open with those types of gentlemen. And so both of them did an amazing job over the last couple weeks. So it was super amazing. Thank you.
All right, any other council have an announcement they'd like to add? All right, we have a lot on the agenda tonight. In the interest of not keeping our staff here till midnight, I'm going to ask that we move along these items at an efficient pace. I don't want to take time away from anyone's speaking time, either the public or council members, but let's also be considerate of those that have to get up early and work in the morning. So I'm hoping that we can wrap this meeting up by 9 at the latest. So keep that in mind as we move along. Okay, agenda item number 3, public comments. I have 3 yellow cards that have been given to me. I'm going to call the first one, Rich Myers, to come to the podium. Come to the stand. Come to the podium, sir, and just state your name. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Rich Myers. I'm at 1208 River Chase Lane in Arlington.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. We are here tonight to express our heartfelt gratitude to some amazing individuals who serve the Keene community. On Saturday, May 24th, a group of 7 cyclists departed Burleson, riding to Sam Flat. At the corner of County Road 414 and County Road 317, a fellow cyclist suffered a life-threatening heart attack. A call was placed to 911 and CPR was started, with critical guidance provided by Johnson County 911 dispatch and medical support. Within minutes, Keene firefighters arrived and immediately took over life-saving measures. 2 Keene police officers and a Johnson County Sheriff's deputy arrived on scene and assisted fire personnel. CareFlight ambulance service transported Jim to Harris Methodist in Cleburne, where life-saving measures were continued. Because of the actions of these men and women, our close friend and fellow cyclist, Jim Mutz, was released from the hospital after 11 days and is on the road to recovery at his home in Scottsdale, Arizona. Jim and his family, as well as all the cyclists on scene, are so grateful for the work that you do for this community. Thank you for helping others, showing up to difficult situations, and the dedication and skill we saw firsthand. Again, we are here publicly to thank everyone involved and to say they are so appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Myers, for telling us that story. Thank you. All right, Jamie Jones. And Council, Jamie came to our last meeting on June not realizing that it was canceled and drove all the way here, so we owe her an apology. She made a trip and had to read our sign on the door that we were not having a meeting.
That road goes 2 ways. I made a U-turn real good,
Thank you, ma'am.
and I went real slow, so I didn't get in trouble.
Mayor, City Council, thank you so much for this time. And once again, I come before you with the 133rd Johnson County Pioneer No Settlers reunion. It kicks off with the parade on August the 27th, and we will go around the historical downtown square and go up to the pavilion on the hill, where we will announce the winners of the parade and get ready to have our Queen contest. So if you've got a lady, a sweet lady, someone in school, 15 to 21, the winner will get a $1,000 scholarship, and the first and second and third runner-up, I'm not nervous, second and third will get $250. So that goes for any college or VOTEC. And then on Thursday, we have our Sweet Baby Contest, which I get to MC that one, and it is so much fun. So I've seen grandparents that were going across that stage that now have grandbabies going across that stage. So it's a legacy that's gone on and on. Friday night, we will have the fiddle contest, as we always do. This year, we're going to pay tribute to Jesse Mears, who is a longtime fiddle person that we lost last September. So we're going to honor him and his legacy with his Let me start over again. With his family on Friday night. Saturday, we will open up with the first responder tributes at 4 o'clock. And this is another one of those things. This will be our 6th one. I am humbled to be able to honor these first responders. As the gentleman just said, when we're running out, they're running in, and there's no better person to have in your presence than your police and fire. I believe that wholeheartedly. After those, we will have our concert, which will kick off with our opening act of Sonny Burgess and Joe Lee, who are also Johnson County residents that have been around forever, and they will do the opening for Jamie Richards that night. So once we've done our tributes, we want everybody to hang out and let's get some good group pictures. And then our carnival is open each night from 5 to 9 on Wednesday and Thursday, and 5 to 11 on Friday and Saturday. As always, I really like to trip up our fire chief and make this the biggest and greatest parade that we've ever had. So if you just want to come out and drive through the parade, any information that's in this packet has a person associated to something. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to yell out to any one of us, and we look forward to 133 years. And we'll see you all there.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much, Jamie,
you.
for coming to tell us about it. Okay, the last card that I have is Ray Johnson.
Ray Johnson, 1009 Christine Street. I've been getting a lot of complaints about the city manager, but it ain't my business, but I told them to talk to council. They don't want to talk to you guys. I've, one of them on 4th Street, trying to get with him for several times. Never returned his card yet or nothing. I think you guys need to see what his 6 months, what have he done for the city, what you need to look at. And another thing, our HR can't be telling these people how to run their police department, fire department, city department. I don't know why we letting her do that. City manager ain't doing that, but I asked somebody, and they said they have talked to her. So you guys need to look at that too. That's a big thing. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, that's all the yellow cards that I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak that did not complete a yellow card? All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 4, reports, city manager comments. Mr. Seitz?
Good evening, council. Good evening, community. I'm sorry to hear people don't think I'm working, but I assure you that I am. Mayor already kind of shared with the Tractor Supply. That was a really, really cool event. It was good to see, I don't know, just a lot of the community and out there, and it was fun. And I also actually wanted to give a shout out to Don Martin too. He's done a lot to see that come to fruition. So he also deserves, being recognized for what he's done to get that to this point too. I've shared with the council, I've met with almost all of you one-on-one, and I always enjoy our one-on-ones together because there's so much that goes on that, as you guys know, that we just don't have time to share with everybody. But the one that I'm particularly been tracking and proud of is a social media statistic. And right here I've got a stack. Orrin has been working part-time with us, and this will be definitely something that I feel that we need to to look at making full-time, because if she can accomplish what she's done with just 20 hours a week, I just imagine what we can do having a full-time person. So based on about 50 posts, which is about 8 per month, when you go and look at the statistics, when I got here, what I would say one of the very glaring issues with our community is the fact that social media is very divisive. And I want to continue to try to bring the positive, just like the first two people that got up here. There's a lot of positive that goes on in our community, and I want that to be the focus, not the negative. And so the funny thing is when you look at the actual statistic, because as I've said, I don't go on social media. It's too distracting for me, and I've got too much to do. So Orna kind of tracks that for me, and if you look at the actual numbers, 100 and she focuses on the comments, positive versus negative, and the total positive comments with 50 posts is 165 positive, and it shows 88 negative. But the funny thing is if you take out 2 posts, one of which was the fireworks from Southwestern Adventist University, and there was a little bit of miscommunication there. Just that one post made 49, there was 49 negative comments. So if we back that out, and then of course right now there's a situation with the bridge, and I've actually learned something, that little hump over there on the access road by Pegasus, there was 9 negative there. Well, no one's going to say positive, yay, there's a big bump there. And so just so the community is aware, that's actually a fault line. I've always kind of wondered where that bump came from, and TxDOT has assured me they've tried to fix that several times over the course through the years, and every time they fix it, it comes back. So anyway, so if you back those out of 50 posts, there's only 30 negative. And so that's a ratio of 5+ positive to every 1 negative. And so I hope we continue as a community to go back to let's focus on the good and the positive, not the negative. So, and then also, and then the other thing too, I just kind of wanted to bring to light, actually I will say we have missed you, but it's been busy, you know. It's actually given us time for Mira. Mira's actually not here because she's out on training this week, but she's already making huge strides, and so I promise you, we did use the time that we didn't, you know, we would normally spend trying to take care of things for you. We've really been trying to fix the issues, and there's just a lot of foundational structural issues that we're trying to get fixed so that the city can actually run efficiently. So anyway, so where I was going with that was summer is kind of hectic, you know, obviously people vacations and families and all that. So I would just say if you do know you're going on a vacation or something, maybe let me know, because I'm going to take the fall for the last 2 council. You know, I knew a couple of you were going to be out, and, you know, I was just completely relying upon, hey, the other 4 will be here, and then all it takes is one person to get sick and, you know, something else to come up. And so I will do a better job of when I know that, you know, we're pushing a quorum, maybe we look at trying to be proactive and adjust the schedule ahead of time. So I will take the fall for that, and I do apologize. Anyway, lots going on. Community, I promise you, we're doing a lot. So.
I had just a few questions. It's some things that we've talked about, the public may not be aware about, and the other council may not be aware about. So we've talked about before our bank reconciliations, if they're being kept up to date again, and if all the previous changes that were given to us by the auditors have been done yet. Can you update council on that?
The simple answer is no. So Charles is here tonight, and I'm very thankful. He will actually be presenting his last you know, financial report. From what I'm understanding is a lot of stuff was kind of done by the auditors, and we haven't done an audit yet this year. And a large part of that is because the previous auditors had said basically what we've been doing is triple accounting. And part of the reason is because the system, our system has never been set up properly. And so, and again, like I shared with you, Mira's specialty is software programs. And so we're really trying to get that fixed so that it's working properly. It's just never been set up properly. And then the other thing is that our plan is to have everything done the end of this month. So we are on track to get everything done because our goal is to start the audit next month. So that's kind of where we're at.
All right, also, I forwarded you an email that the city was on the latest list for being non-compliant in our reporting requirement for state and local fiscal recovery funds. The deadline for that was April 30. We were put on a list on May 5. Update council on that if you could briefly.
We're all current.
You've got that all done
Yeah.
now.
In that email, there was actually like over 300 cities that were running into the same problem. And again, our problem was really the fact that, again, there's been so much turnover. When you have constant turnover in a city, you're not going to gain momentum. You're not going to gain traction. It's just not going to happen. So again, the focus needs to be creating stability for the city so that we can get that traction. So we did reach out to them. That was more of a scare email. It wasn't an email that, it was just to kind of, and we were already working on it. Mira was already working on it. And the simple fact that it is according to what we were being told, last year was the only year that it was reported accurately. So we were trying to get that reconciled and figure out, because they even said, we don't want the money back. So let us help you figure it out so you can keep the money. So when we first started auditing, there was a fear that we were going to have to give back $300,000, and then it went down to 126, and then at the end of the day, we get to keep all of our ARPA funds.
That's good. Also, you and I have had previous discussions on the lights at Dollar General on the parking lot. You were going to work with Al to try to get that resolved. I've been working on this issue for over 2 years through three city managers. If you'll update council on where we stand on that.
I haven't talked to Al in probably 6 weeks.
So we still have no lights at Dollar General for safety for our customers.
Okay.
Okay. And also, I received a letter from Buell Baptist Church. We weren't able to talk about that because we didn't have meetings since April, on the status of the road leading to their church, that it's nearly impassable, and they're highly frustrated. If you'll let council and the public know your plans for addressing that.
We actually did discuss it at the A board.
And if anybody wants to
Technically,
read it, I have a copy of it.
where their church is technically in Johnson County, but the road leading up to it is our problem. Correct me, am I right, Don, to really do the whole thing is like $1.7 million? A little more than that. Yeah. So really, at the end of the day, again, I'll do anything this community wants. It just takes money. I don't have a magic wand to just magically make these things happen. So really, the thing that needs to happen is, like everything that we're just going to have to do with the city, is in bits and pieces. So really, the biggest issue is wherever the water, whenever that water runs. Derek actually went over there, I think personally, a couple times, and put road base down and everything we can do to fix it. But the second major rain comes, which we've definitely had our share of it this year, it washes it out. And so really, step one needs to be actually putting in some sort of concrete bridge there so that the water actually funnels how it's supposed to, not over the road, under the road. And what was that cost, Don? $400-some thousand?
It was, I know, our engineer, we've had our engineers working on it, and we're coming up with a plan through A board.
So at the end of the day, ultimately, I would love to see that road, I'd love it to see it completely ready, because that really needs to be the focal entry for our industrial park, and right now, it's,
Have you communicated with any of the members at the Buell Church that wrote us to kind of give them an update that you're at
Oh,
least
yeah.
read the letter and are considering what to do?
it's on my list.
Okay.
You can see it on my desk.
All right, that's all my questions. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Seitz? Okay. Agenda item number 4B, receive and discuss the quarterly financial report for the months of December 2024 through March 2025. How are you doing, Mr. Williams? We haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, I've been okay, thank you. Just my left knee is just not in good shape as the right one. I come before you for up-to-date through March 31st. There have been, as you indicated, a couple of months that we missed each other. Let me first of all tell you, this is on a spreadsheet. Our city manager just mentioned about the financial woes of the financial software. Let me reiterate that. Something this big of a report that is very important should not be on a spreadsheet. It should be a system-generated report which FundView cannot obtain. So kind of give you that understanding to back him up on that. And thusly, it affects the efficiency of the financials of the staff and the extra work they have to put in. Let's go to the report. This is the quarterly and the mid-year report through March 31st. That's 6 months. So you can see, as the first line indicated, what it is. You'll see the budget line items. You'll see the year-to-date 6 months. You'll also see year-end projections. You'll see a percentage, and also an estimation of the new budget year. These are all estimated amounts except the 6 months actuals. Those are actual figures through March 31st. The rest are estimates. I'm just going to talk very briefly on the big line items, property tax. I would say on the property tax that those amounts, for instance, we budgeted $3.2 million. At the halfway point, it's showing $2.9 million, which is about 91% from the year-end total, and that's just 6 months. Will we achieve the goal? Most likely, we might be 2 to 3% off like we done in previous years, which is not bad at all. So those are good numbers for property tax, which is our main streamlined revenues. Our year-end projections at this time through March 31st showing $3,060,000. That's the 2025 year-end projection column. Yes, it's a little bit below budget, but I'm assured that we'll achieve those numbers. And then you can see on the far right corner in the blue, it showed $3.2 million that we projected, and also an estimate for next year. So we will obtain the mostly revenues for property taxes. The next big one is sales tax, very similar. We right at the halfway point, 50% of the sales tax. That is good news. Where other cities in the state of Texas is having faltering issues and trying to lose programs, we right at almost at 50%, which is the halfway point. Great news with that. I do not have the numbers for all subs. I apologize. I will get that with the city manager in the upcoming week to make sure we have those numbers to give that to you. I'm sure those are good numbers. But indicating sales tax revenue is projected to go up a little bit for next year because of all subs and then tractors and supply they mentioned earlier. To round out the other revenues, I think those will be status quo. It won't be a big bump, a big jump, but it'll be a steady streamline. But those two particulars are very important. One thing to note, under the miscellaneous is interest income. We had a huge bump from the year before, and it went from 2.5% to almost 5.1% in interest income. That almost doubled. That is huge. Where we used to make between 60 and 70,000, we making close to 150 to 180,000. Those are all in general fund. So I'm happy to report that as well. Going to the expenses, if there's no question, And I apologize to the public, the numbers are very small. We had to try to put on a spreadsheet once again. But the expenses, they are all within the budget except for one. That's non-departmental. And just real quick, for the mayor and the council and the public to hear, a lot of changes has been undergoing in the non-departmental. Most are dealing with TML risk insurance. Every claim that is filed, as you know personally, your claim of your premium will go up. So you can imagine a city, no matter what size they are, and for them to cover their costs and their information, they based on the number of claims the year before and the current year. So with that being said, the insurance premium went up a good significant 30, maybe 40%. That's pretty high, even for a small city. Let me back up, kind of give you a comparison. A city of a size of 50,000, we may put in between 10 to 20 claims a year, almost matching the total city of Keene, and we're under 10,000. Most of these damages are mostly not our fault. It just, I don't know, just other people driving and hitting our vehicles and our equipment and things of that nature. That's something we can look into in the future and during the budget sessions. But right now, this is where we are. Also significantly is the server. We had to use a new IT provider, and we needed them badly. And thanks to our city manager once again for thinking on his feet to provide us this, or else we wouldn't have any kind of reporting mechanism or any other mechanism for the city. So I thanks to him for quick thinking on his feet to get this done. So those are two things that we can really look at during the budget sessions. But that's why those numbers are significantly higher. As far as department operation, all the department heads, they're doing a beyond excellent job, keeping costs down, looking at what's coming in, trying to, I hate to say the word cut corners, but really they are doing a significant job with the costs on all the departments. Excellent job. I've been to other big cities. There's none like this. Because usually department heads go on a spending whiz throughout the year in other big cities I work for. Here at City of Keene, I would back them up 200% of what they do operation day to day. Emergencies, issues, concerns, they are on point with the cost effectiveness of the city. So I can say in this report through March 31st that we are looking good thus far, even with one department, non-departmental, that is a concern. One. Where in other cities, it used to be the entire departments, everybody. One. So I want to thank the council and thank the city manager. I back him up. I'm put it that way. I back him up. I've been your former finance director. I back the rest of the city managers that was here. I also back up Jonathan Sykes. He has, I call it beyond wisdom. That's what my daddy always say. He sees things further down the road than things up close. Thank you. Any questions?
No, I want to thank you again, Mr. Williams, for everything you've done for us as our finance director. You and I have worked together almost 6 years now, and you've always done an excellent job with our budgets and with being transparent, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have no public hearings scheduled for tonight. Our next public hearing for the Kittle Property Group is scheduled for Monday, June 23 at 6 p.m. So just a reminder, council, that we have a special meeting that's being called at the end of this month, and it's very important that we have a quorum at that meeting to get that done for them by the end of the month. We are now ready for agenda item number 6, consent agenda. Council, if you've had time to look over all the items that are on the consent agenda, we have quite a few this week. Is there any item that you would like to remove for further discussion?
I just had one.
Okay, which one?
I'd like to remove item I,
Item I, okay.
Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan, only because it was just on my desk tonight when I walked in, so I'd just rather read it
Oh, okay,
before we vote on it.
that's fine.
That's my only objection.
Council, do you have anything else you would like to remove for discussion? And then if not, then I'm going to call for a motion to approve everything except for item I.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item I.
Second. Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve all items listed under consent agenda except for item I by Foster and a second by Easley. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried. Water was up. Okay. All right, now we're going to pull out item 6I for discussion. Consider approval of a resolution adopting a water conservation and drought contingency plan for the city of Keene. Is there somebody that can discuss that with us or read it?
This is required. We actually have a water conservation and drought contingency plan in our ordinances. It was passed in 2001. It is actually required of us to re-adopt every 5 years and is also part of, I believe, accepting the Texas Water Development Board grant that we do this. So the city had contracted with Jacob and Martin, our city engineers, to update this plan. My understanding is it is almost the exact same plan that we've adopted, just with more up-to-date numbers and facts in this plan. And of course, in the agenda, it is worded as adopting a resolution, but we will be adopting an ordinance to accept this plan if you so move forward with it. But it is required for the acceptance of the grant.
Well, that little
Go ahead,
tidbit
Mr. Foster.
of information, then I say we go ahead and approve the Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan for the city of Keene.
Second.
Smith, was that you that seconded? Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve the ordinance adopting a water conservation and drought contingency plan for the city of Keene made by Foster and a second by Smith. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried. Okay, agenda item number 7A, review, discuss, and act upon an ordinance authorizing the issuance of City of Keene, Texas combination tax and surplus revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2025, in the principal amount of $385,000 to fund water system improvements and awarding the sale of such certificates of obligation to the Texas Water Development Board and resolving other matters relating to the subject.
Good evening, Mayor.
How are you?
Council members, citizens of Keene. My name is Jim Sabonis with Hilltop Securities, the city's financial advisor. About 2 months ago, I came before the council. We discussed at that time, I presented the tremendous Texas Water Development Grant package that you had. Earlier in the consent agenda, You actually agreed to a grant of $3,160,000 from the Texas Water Development Board. But as part of that application, that grant was only for 90% of the funds, and the city actually was committed to fund $355,000. Again, 2 months ago, just to give us the option to determine if you wanted to issue debt or if you wanted to issue cash, we went ahead and passed a notice of intent resolution. City Secretary published it in the paper of record, and it's on the agenda that we would issue the debt. During that interim time, Jonathan's analysis indicated that the city has sufficient funds to pay this with cash and has determined that it will be cash, so no debt will be issued. The attorneys have indicated to me that since we did the notice, we'd like to just close the loop and for you to bring this up for formal action item and vote no. That way, you'll have a formal document that says that it was not issued and it's not outstanding anymore. Again, in summary, tremendous success. I congratulate the city. $3,168,000 grant from the state and the ability to fund $355,000 cash. Tremendous achievement for the city and help tremendously going forward. I answer any other questions I can you have at this time.
All right, council, we have two options before us that's on the sheet that you have, the red line sheet. So we have the cash option where you would make the motion for the top one and the certificate of obligation option, which is below it. I believe Mr. Williams was talking to us last time about the cash option, but he was going to, I forgot what the percentages were. Maybe you guys remember. We were going to take part of it from general fund and part of it from water sewer. Do you remember what those percentages were? Was it 60-40?
I think it was 60-40.
60-40? Okay.
We need to state that in the motion that it's 60-40.
I believe we do.
Well, first you have to vote down, first you have to make a motion to vote down the certificates.
From
That
a
way, yeah.
From a legal perspective, the only action required is to bring the ordinance up issuing and vote it down. There's no no requirement about how you pay the cash. Though I think internally, as a council with direction from your staff, that could be a budget item you have, but it's not an official action item here at this time. And I do want to be clear, well, there's two options. It was clear weeks ago that the city was going to do cash, so we haven't pursued the certificate of obligation. There's not an option to issue the certificates of obligation at this time.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move that the council approve the ordinance authorizing the issuance of City of Keene combination tax and surplus revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2025, in the principal amount of $386,000 to fund water system improvements and awarding the sale of each certificate of obligation to the Texas Water Development Board and resolving other matters relating to the subject.
I'll second that motion.
I'm going to be clear.
Sorry, who's
clear
seconding
that
it?
The appropriate action would be to vote against this motion.
Correct.
Yep,
Okay, we're voting.
that's what I thought. Thank you, attorney.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, it would not be the same. So your motion is to authorize the city to issue the certificates of obligation.
Well,
Correct.
again, I defer to you as the city attorney, but it would seem to me if you voted, you made a recommendation to vote to approve it, and you voted down, you have to do another motion to not to approve it. But I defer to your legal experience.
So a vote of no to approve is not the equivalent of a vote to disapprove.
Yeah, they would like to see council action, just
Well,
saying.
let me withdraw my motion then.
So what do we need to do then?
All right.
So, table's open.
Okay. So you're making an or you want to
Make
keep
a
your motion?
Not to approve
Okay.
the ordinance authorizing the issuance of City of Keene, Texas combinations tax and surplus revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2025, in the principal amount of $385,000 to fund water system improvements and awarding the sale of such certificates of obligation to the Texas Water Development Board and resolving other matters relating to this subject.
Again, I'll second that motion.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor to not approve the ordinance authorizing the issuance of City of Keene, Texas combination tax and surplus revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2025, in the principal amount of $385,000 to fund water system improvements, and awarding the sale of such certificates of obligation to the Texas Water Development Board, and resolving other matters relating to the subject by Foster, and a second by Chapman. Okay, everybody understand? This is the motion to not approve and do the high interest note. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed?
I had a question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We ran into this like a year or two ago, when we did a negative motion, we got in trouble. It was not to approve somebody for a certain position. Since the word not's not in red, it's not on here, it's a write-in. We're good with that, writing that in? I am.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
doing. I'm writing it in as long
I'm
as
just making sure we're
Commissioner's okay
good,
with it.
because in the past, we made a negative motion and it backfired on
I
us.
understand, yeah.
Okay.
As long as he's good with it. Okay, we have a motion not approve. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried to not approve. So this motion fails or approves. It passes to fail.
Congratulations, Mayor, Council. We'll work with Jonathan and the engineer to close this, and the funds we put in escrow be spent as needed.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, do we need to go ahead and make a second motion for the cash option? Mr. Messer?
You don't, your financial advisor is saying, no, you don't need to, but if you want to provide guidance to the city manager,
I say
it's really
let's-
a budgetary item, you can make those comments on the record.
I would recommend let's go ahead and make a motion and give them guidance so that it's clear, so that we don't have any question that comes up later. We were talking 60% coming from the water sewer fund and 40% coming from the general fund.
So would we make a motion for the cash option?
Yes.
So I make a motion, we move the council to approve borrowing surplus cash from general fund to fulfill the city's financial obligation of $355,000 as per the terms of the TWBD grant for the purpose of water improvements projects.
Okay, with 60%, do you want 60% coming from?
With however the finance department deems it, and they've deemed it as 60/40, but I don't know
Then put
which
that in,
60 is,
yeah,
which is
add that to your
40.
motion.
Yeah.
And say with 60% general fund, 60% water sewer fund, 40% general fund.
With 60%
Water
water
sewer
fund, 40% general fund.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second?
Is that Troy?
All right, council, we have a motion on the floor to approve borrowing surplus cash from the general fund to fulfill the city's financial obligation of $355,000 as per the terms, the TWDB grant for the purpose of water improvement projects, and to use 60% from water sewer fund and 40% from the general fund. We have a motion on the floor by Easley, and we have a second by Smith. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried.
And in the interest of transparency, the goal here is, the key word is borrow. And I just want the public to know this. You know, our plan is to pay the money back and work that into the budget.
Okay.
You know, because I know that every dollar we take is a dollar we're losing towards roads.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 7B, review, discuss, and consider a possible schedule for budget workshops to review and develop the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026.
So I had the pleasure of meeting with 5 of the council one-on-one, and I try to kind of go over a lot of this stuff. The goal here is to, again, transparency, involve council. Initially, I thought, you know, maybe we do a committee, but when you do a committee, there's still 4 people that are going to kind of be left out. So we will be kind of setting up the, you know, actual budget public meetings. And so, and one of the paradigm shifts that I think is very important is every company I've ever worked for that focus on just cutting expense is out of business. Every company I've worked for that focus on revenue is thriving. And so kind of the paradigm shift that Mira and I are going to focus on is, yes, we're a city, and yes, we do have some confines on how much money we can make, but that doesn't mean cities can't become revenue-driven and revenue-focused. And so, you know, as I've explained, you know, the fleet program, we kept looking at that as an expense. It's actually turning an expense into a revenue. And so the goal when we do these budget workshops is kind of threefold. The first one's going to be focused on, okay, where's that revenue coming from? That's the driving force that determines how much we can spend and put back into the community. The next budget workshop will be focused on kind of expense, and then of course the other one more on, I just had a brain freeze all week. Kind of the CIP and all that stuff. So anyway, it's just to keep you informed. That way when it comes to time for approval, you know, you guys, and we're going to let you look at, you know, a budget with a fleet program, a budget with keeping expense and trying to buy 3 vehicles a year, that kind of thing. So again, just trying to be transparent and keep you guys in the loop as we move through this process.
So should we be putting these dates in our calendar tonight?
All right, so,
This is more of a discussion. It's not really,
Yeah, so
it's not
the-
really an action item.
so this is what we need to discuss, council, is we have 2 choices. This is just to kind of give him direction, or policy direction on what we want to see in the next budget. We actually have more budgets that will be scheduled during actual meetings, so we can do this 2 ways. We can turn these into actual meetings where we're all meeting as a quorum and just here for the budget and call them special meetings, or we can just have a committee meet with 3 council members, the mayor and 2 council members on their own, and then we don't have to call a big meeting and have the city prep for an agenda item and post it and all that, and just do this section as a committee, and then it will still all come back to the council before we ever approve it. We don't approve this until September, so how do you want to do it? Do you guys want to, we've had trouble getting quorums the last couple of meetings, so the risk is, from what I see on these dates here, we have our normal meeting on July 3rd, and then they're calling a budget planning meeting on July 10, July 17, and July 24. So that means there'll be 4 meetings in July, which means we've got to have a quorum every week in the month of July if we're going to try to do this as a meeting, or we can just let some of us do it as a committee to start the process off, and we don't have to have that quorum, and we don't have to call a big meeting and make sure that we're all present and risk canceling it if we can't get a quorum. So that's the discussion. Y'all need to know what your schedules are this next month and how busy you are, and if you can meet 4 times so that we can do this together, or
Mayor,
question?
based on the past kind of way that we have done things in Keene, Mayor Gary Henrik will agree with me back there. I think we need to have budget committee, even though some of our council members in the past have opposed that, not all the council members, but a few. And the reason is, it makes it much easier for the few council members who are going to commit their time to ask questions, to ask for clarifications, and to give recommendations. And that is going to help the city staff very well, so that we don't run into a situation we have run for a couple of weeks, that we haven't been able to get a quorum. And personally, I can say I'm looking at those dates, I'm seeing some conflict with my schedule. So I will be glad to see some of our members who can commit. In the past, I've served as a budget committee. And thank you, Mayor Gary Henrik, for selecting me to be one of the budget committee members. So this time, I know all of us, 6 of us, 3 council members can commit to these few days. And then it will save the city staff and the council members whose schedule is going to be all over the place, even though the intent is to have everybody here. And that's what the city manager is saying, that the budget committee tends not to include all the members. But I can tell you, we might miss 1 or 2 council members, then it's just the same thing as having a budget committee. So I think if we can get some people whose schedule can work with those dates, I recommend having a budget committee. That will help us, because there's a lot of things that are going to affect our budget this year. We have an option for budget for fleet option. We have other things coming up that we need to focus on, and some businesses coming in and some homes coming up, and some new interests are trying to invest in Keene. So I think the budget committee will be a better option if some of you might be able to commit, one or two. As I can say, I'm willing to let somebody else serve this year because of my schedule conflict.
That's a lot of meetings.
Yes, so that we can save the staff the stress of trying to arrange for all these meetings and calling, are you going to show up or what's going on? It's hard, especially for the city secretary, to be able to make sure that we have a quorum every time. Thank you.
All right, what do the rest of you think? Mr. Easley?
So I see a lot of dates on here. Are you talking a council meeting for every date? Because some of those is like, there's 4A and 4B on here. Some of this stuff is published stuff. What are the actual
No,
dates?
the actual dates for, this is our schedule, basically, so you can see.
Your schedule, what dates are we looking at to have these meetings?
July 10th would be the first one, July 17th, and then we're looking at July 24th. And then August 7th is just presenting you with, the goal is to present you with the book so you can review.
And then we have our regular meeting on July 3rd.
Yeah, I won't be here August 7. I'll be out of state.
On which one?
August 7, I'll be out of state.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
But that's just,
Okay.
that's presenting back to council. I think we have it in meetings, because when you go into small committee, it leaves 4 people out of the loop. And then we end up having to have multiple questions in another council meeting, so it takes more time in that council meeting anyhow. So if we're all up to speed in the planning session, we don't have to try to get up to speed in the council meeting we have to vote it on. We know what we're doing, and we vote on it, and we keep going. So I would like to see us all there on those 3 dates.
Okay. Can you meet those 3 dates then, the 10th, 17th, and 24th?
Right now, yeah.
July?
Absolutely.
You can make them?
Make them all.
You can make them all?
Yep.
All right, what about you, Mr. Smith, Mr. Foster?
Yeah, I'd prefer to, I think the more heads we got up here, the better we are. I've been to some of these in the past, and it's nice when you have all the council be able to ask different questions that the other ones don't or haven't researched enough of, so kind of helps break down the budget a little bit easier.
We're going to call these special meetings just to come and talk about the budget, no other items. This is just budget talks. So we'll just come here for that one item and then leave, so hopefully they won't be long. Okay, so I believe I have a consensus of at least 5 council to move forward with having you go ahead and set meeting dates for the 10th, 17th, and 24th for all of council to meet. So if you'll call those meetings, we all in agreement? Okay?
I thank you, council. Again, we're just trying to be transparent over here, so.
And if some of you can't make it, that's still okay, as long as we have a quorum. Mr. Foster?
We're going to start at 6.
6 o'clock, yeah. 6 o'clock, same as we've been doing, unless anybody wants to change that and make it later.
6 is good.
Okay. All right, 6 o'clock, July 10, 17, and 24. Sorry, Holly, you'll have to do a lot more posting of meetings. All right. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 7C. Review, discuss, and give direction on a proposed policy outlining certain restrictions and guidelines of approving appointments to the Economic Development Corporation boards. All right, we talked about this once before. I believe the city attorney was in the process of drafting council's wishes on that, but he had some questions. Are you the one that had questions on this? Because that's what I understood.
The policy is in the.
So what you have
agenda.
in here is the one that you're drafting for us.
Yeah, I think it has been drafted. Pages
It has been
132
drafted.
132 through 135.
There were some
The only
questions
thing
I
that-
noticed on it and something in yellow highlighted.
Yeah, the yellow part, I don't think really applies. That should be struck.
Okay,
The only comment I would make is on nepotism. I know that there seemed to be consensus to have a nepotism provision in the policy, and so this has 2 degrees of consequentity or infinity, which, and I can tell you what those are under the law that would be prohibited. So that's you, your spouse, your parent, your child, your grandparent, any brother or sister, or any grandchild. So those would be prohibited if someone was serving on the same board or commission. So that presents the question, do you want that to be across the board, on any board in the city, or only on the board that you're discussing? So this is, I'm looking on my page 133, under eligibility, under the section that says nepotism.
Okay.
And it says applicants to sovereign boards or commissions may not be related within the first 2 degrees to an existing board member or the same board or commission. So I talked about the second degree of, under the law, consanguinity or affinity, and those were the relations that I mentioned that would be prohibited. So if that's what you want, that's fine. And is it the same board or anybody on any board in the city or any council member? So I'm trying to determine how broad or narrow you want the nepotism provision to be. That's the only comment I really have. I will.
Same board. Same board.
Okay. Yeah, and I will also say, for the EDC, there is, I know there has been some discussion about a council member or council members serving on an EDC, so under the law, that is not prohibited. You could make it exclusionary by a policy if you like, but that's not required by law.
And do you have that in here, or that's not in here?
That is not in here.
That's not in here, so council members serving on boards is not in here as a prohibition.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Let me make sure. No, I don't see it. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, so the first one that the council did talk about in not allowing and the appointment of a council to a board, that's not in this one that you've
Not
given
in
us.
here. That would have to add that.
We would have to add that one. So if we want to pass this, we have to add that if we want to make the restriction that a council member cannot serve on a board. And then the second one where it says that having members of the public only serving on one board, where's that at? Is that in here as well?
I'm sorry.
I see the close relative, that's the one you just went over under
Yeah.
nepotism. What's the second one? Interest in a policy having members of the public only serving on one board.
That's not on here.
That's not in here either.
No.
Okay,
That would have
so,
to be added, which is fine.
okay, so if you go back to look at the first cover sheet, numbers 1 and 2 are not in there that this council discussed moving forward with, but number 3 is.
Right. And this
So-
is a discussion item. It's not an action item. So we would, the next council meeting is
So the
when I
next
would-
council member, so we could now make a discussion item and a consensus then?
Sure.
Is this a consensus item? Let me see here. Okay, so we need to give direction to him on whether we want him to then add 1 and 2 into this policy and bring it back for approval.
Right.
Or if we want to vote this as is, with just the one
That's right.
restriction, which is nepotism.
That's right.
That makes sense, everyone?
Yep.
It's already that way. We don't need to vote it, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There's no need to vote it. It's already in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It said nepotism was just for that one board.
It's give direction, I guess.
Same board or commission. So as far as I'm concerned, just leave it the way it
So-
is.
This policy that's in your packet has not been, it's not in existence. This is proposed.
Oh.
This is proposed, and this is for your direction to come back to the next council meeting to vote on. So you don't currently have a nepotism provision in place. This would make that happen. And if you want to address,
And you said you're going to take out the section that's highlighted in yellow on
yeah,
page
I will.
1? Okay, so everybody, the yellow highlighted area is coming out.
Right.
And what about the onboarding? There was a question on-
I mean, there was a question, do y'all have an onboarding process for board members? I don't know the answer
I
to
don't
that.
believe we do. I don't believe we force them to come to any kind of meetings or anything, so I would say
Okay.
remove the onboarding. Let's
Okay.
not get too restrictive unless the council wants to have that in there.
Okay,
And then the question is whether we want you to add in 1 and 2.
that's right.
So that's what I need council to tell me.
Well, as I said before, I would like number 1 and 2 in there.
Okay, so I'm going to have to take some notes here. Okay, so Bob wants to add in the sections 2 and 1 that we talked about before. What about you, Mr. Gutwa?
I think I'll support that. Number 1 and 2.
Add in 1 and 2, and have him add that in? Okay, and Foster, you like it as presented? with the sections taken out by the attorney. What about you, Mr. Smith?
I'm conflicted because I guess I want to ask a question to the attorney. Our charter in 4.05 gives I just had it on my phone and
Yeah, again, yeah, I can look at it.
thank God
Give me 1
for
second.
not so good service in here. This is in the regards of the qualification for candidacy, and of course, I understand it's
Right.
talking about us, but if we're gonna, I believe number 1 is the one that says that we cannot be on other boards, or that was what the
Right.
3+1 had mentioned. But
Right.
number 5 says, not hold an appointed office of the city excluding boards, committees, and commissions. So I would say that it's highly unlikely that we could even approve number 1 based on the charter that already states that we can do that. So how can we do something in
Well-
council when right here in our charter it says we can't, is my question.
All right, let Mr.
Okay, so I see these as 2 different timings. The charter provision 4.05 talks about, well, no, I do think that would apply, because I was thinking it may only apply when you first run to be a candidate, but I think it would apply throughout the entire term of
Yeah.
the office.
So in my opinion, we have to ex-nay the first
Hold an
one
appointed office.
based on that premise.
Okay, so there's a key word in here that could make a difference on some boards. And it says, not hold an appointed office. So there are some, if a board has sovereign power, which probably is planning and zoning and board of adjustment, they would be a municipal office. It would be an office holder. A park board and other more purely recommending bodies likely would not be officers, and you could probably serve, the council member could probably serve on that board because it's not really an office, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So this policy is carte blanche. It's applying to every type of board. So if you want to carry that forward, you could say council members could serve on boards that are not considered municipal officers. And that would comply with this section of the charter, if that's what you wanted.
I kind of feel like if we just left that number 1 off, that suffices what we're trying to do. Why change the wheel if it ain't broke?
What section were you looking at in the charter?
It's 4.05.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, that's a weird phrase, so I'll just read it. Each member of the city council, including the mayor, shall meet the following qualifications, and then there are 8. So the exact phrase is number 5, not hold an appointed office of the city excluding boards, committees, and commissions. I don't know exactly what that means. That phrase could be interpreted in different ways. And right now, I can't give you an opinion on what that means exactly. I know what office is, appointed office. I know what that is. It seems to connote that you can't hold an office, but that doesn't include boards, committees, or commissions. And I don't really know what that would mean.
As a legal standpoint, I would defer to not having option number 1, so we don't put ourselves in violation of the law, at least until we get quantified evidence that that's not what it's referring to.
I think we need to let the attorney figure this out.
Essentially, this is open to the interpretation of the
Yes, it
attorney.
is.
I'm sorry.
Right,
It's in your-
yeah, and I'm
it's in
sorry,
your
I don't have a
ballpark.
definitive, there may not be a definitive.
I mean, it's
May
the
not
first
be
time we
definitive.
brought it up to him, so, I mean, it might take a little due diligence, but if we're talking about.
Let me, I guess, let me give you an interpretation of that one phrase in the charter before y'all, and we can go forward with this,
And then you
drafted
can
one way or the other, and y'all can vote on it at your next council meeting.
Andy, is this something that you can share with me and then I can reach out to them and let them know before the next meeting?
I can share with you and you can share it with the non-quorum.
Okay, well,
Mayor Pro Tem and, one other maybe.
Okay.
okay.
Okay, so what is yours, Mr. Smith? So you would like to not put in number 1?
Yeah, if number one, if I remember right, is having us not be on any other boards, commissions, et cetera, I would like to remove that one so we are not in violation of our charter.
And you're okay with 2 and 3?
No, I didn't say that either, so I'd actually just like to not have any of them, so. just
Okay,
leave-
because
leave it
right
the way
now,
it
he said 3 is in there. 3 is in this one.
Nepotism.
So Foster is accepting this one as presented with 3, not with 1 and 2. You're accepting it with not 1, and I don't know about 2.
I would say no on 2.
Okay,
I
so
guess-
then you're accepting it as presented, the same as Foster, accepting 3, the nepotism one, but not 1 and 2.
Correct.
I know, it's a little confusing.
I forgot which one
I
we
know.
were talking about.
All right, Easley, what are your thoughts?
I'm in agreement with Mr. Foster.
Same as him? Okay. Okay, so he does not accept 1 and 2, but he's accepting the nepotism that's in there, and then accepting it as presented with only number 3. Okay, and then Bob, you did want 1, 2, and 3, and Mr. Goodwill, you did want 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Now I need Mr. Shaw. All 3? Okay.
Maybe I'll just draft it in different
So we have a split-
versions, and
yeah.
and y'all vote on it however you pick and choose. I think that's how it's gonna have to be, multiple choice or something like that.
Okay. So we
All
have we have a split council on it, so,
Yeah. We'll see what the vote is
okay.
when it finally
I'll
comes.
bring it back both ways?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody good with that? We'll do this one more time? Yeah, this would be the July 3rd meeting. So let's make this for July 3rd. The other ones that we're going to be having are going to be,
Thank you, Mayor.
yeah, we've got a special meeting, but it's June 23, but that's a special meeting. So this would be for July 3rd. Let's bring that item back. And have 2 choices.
Or multiple
As presented with
choices.
just 3, or another choice with 1, 2, and 3. And we'll talk about it again. That
yeah.
sound good?
Yes,
If not, I can give my way in, but.
yeah.
Okay, agenda item number 7D. Review, discuss, and consider an appointment to the Keene Economic Development Corporation Type B Board to fill a vacancy for a term ending March 2027. All right, so since we had our last meeting, the Type B Board has made a recommendation to recommend that Mr. Easley be appointed back to the Type B Board. They also had applications for Jimmy Alcala, and I think, is that the only one that's in here? And also Cody Lux, and then,
And Mr. Jackson.
and Mr. Jackson, who's also serving on P and Z already. Mr. Lux is not serving on anything, and Alcala is not serving on anything. Mr. Jackson is on P and Z.
I need to make a motion.
Okay,
The motion I want to make is I move the council approve the appointment of Jimmy Alcala to the Keene EDC Board, Type B Board, to fill the vacancy for the term ending March of 2027.
Second.
is that a Goodwill? Did you second it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor to move that council approve the appointment of Jimmy Alcala to the Keene EDC Type B Board to fill the vacancy for a term ending March of 2027 by Chapman, and a second by Gutwa. Any further discussion on this motion?
Yes. I would like to just, I wasn't at that meeting where they talked about it, but when the Type B board did unanimously vote for Mr. Easley to be on that board, I just want, I heard some of the comments, and I've actually talked to some of the people on that board, and the reason why Chuck was presented to be the guy that they wanted was because he's got a lot of construction experience. And I don't know Mr. Alcala. I'm sure he would do a nice job, but so there's reasons why the board tries to pick somebody and brings it to us, and if we're not kind of following their guidance on that in some way, shape, or form, it's just not a good look. And so I'll leave it at that. I just felt like that was something I needed to say. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion?
I'd like to make a comment to that comment.
Okay,
We've already gone over this, you may not have been there, but it's not a good look to the citizens. When we have a council member that is in the production of things as they move through the boards, it's just not a good look. That's why I brought it up, and that's what I believe in. So I'm still gonna stick with my end of that, okay?
And I feel like it is a great look to have some of us on those boards, because then it shows the people that are coming to this town for either economic development or Parks and Rec that there's supportive people on those boards for that reason. So just my
Councilman Smith, there's no doubt that all of us are supportive of the town, but we don't want that look to be to the citizens. I don't want that look. I don't think that many people want that look. And certainly his expertise is great. Nobody's doubting that. I mean, he can talk to people and he can still influence that way, but I just don't think he should be on the board.
That look has been around long before you've been here, and long, it'll be here long after, I'm sure.
Mr. Heinrich, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Okay, just state your name and address for the record.
I am a member of the 4B board, and I've done a lot of thinking like Mr. Chapman done. I haven't ever considered it looks bad, but I have always tried, as your mayor, to get more people involved in city government. There is some thought that having a council member on the 4B board or the 4A board in particular has some benefit. It brings some continuity between us and the council, and from 4A and 4B. So I don't have a problem. I would not want 2 or 3 council members to be on either of those boards, but one I don't have a problem with. Do we have any on the 4A that are from the council? Nobody on the 4A board? So we have only one on the 4B? So that's why the 4B voted unanimously to put Mr. Easley back on.
Thank you for explaining
And I
that.
would respect the council if they would honor some of our wishes.
Okay,
We do work hard.
all right, any other discussion? And then I'll call for a
I
vote.
know that.
I just
Yes,
that's
okay.
what
Go
he
ahead.
just mentioned, I think is the most important consideration here, is that these people do serve without compensation. They give up their time and their talents. And if they voted unanimously for, I don't care who it is, if that's who the board wants, then by all means, I think that we owe it to them, out of respect for the time that they give to the city, that we honor their wishes.
Okay, Mayor?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr. Cooper.
thank you for pointing that out. I can say personally, I've spoken to majority of the citizens here in Keene, and they do normally sometimes ask, so how can I apply to the board? And I will be like, okay, you go to the city website, put in the application, and once in a while look and see what positions are open, but normally they are taking applications. And the response I normally get is some of the citizens have given up. They are like, I apply, and they just ignore it. And I'm like, I don't know. I think the boards normally look into a lot of things, and then they decide who to put in the boards, so to be able to serve. And there the citizens are willing to step up and help. And I know we have done things in a certain way because of our population. And remember now, Keene is becoming the south of Fourth Ward because people are moving south from Arlington, Dallas. And this is the best time to allow the new residents who are coming in, who are willing to serve. We have different types of skill sets. People are, some of our members are retirees, and they are trying to help us grow the city. It's not easy. There's no best way to fix the city problems. There's always problems. So we need some people who are willing to step up and help. And for the council people, just being a council member, this is a very big kind of privilege and responsibility. And I'm glad that Councilmember Chucky Easley, you're willing to step up and help. But also, we have to remember that there are many citizens who are now trying to step up and help too. So it's just a courtesy to try to give them an opportunity, and if you have some expertise, show up to those meetings and contribute. Stand there the way our former Mayor Gary Hendrick has given us some advice here. Stand up and give your thought. We want all the input that we can get. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor to move that council approve the appointment of Jimmy Alcala to the Keene EDC type. You have one more comment?
I do. My first comment. Mr. Alcala, I see two applications in here. One says you're on a board and one says you're not on a board. Are you sitting on a board with the city? Okay. Well, the second one here says you do. And then it says here that you're considered for P&Z.
It's not, how can it be? Nobody, have y'all voted on it?
I think it's the next item on the agenda.
Yes, the P&Z board has actually voted for you to be on that board.
And that's the next item on the agenda. So, Mr. Chapman, if he's elected to this, he can't serve on P&Z.
That's correct.
That would be correct.
If the document we're trying to pass with next time goes into
Yeah,
effect.
that would
okay?
be correct.
So which one would you like to be on?
Well,
Because your first choice was P&Z.
well, let me make a comment here.
Sure.
I understand that a lot of people in Keene don't want newcomers to be on the boards.
That's
Yeah,
not true.
As evidence, excuse me.
Let him
But,
finish, Mr.
just
Ridgway.
like he said, and I understand that, but we can't make it a closed community. We have people from all walks of life that want to help and serve. And you guys are doing a job as councilmen. Why would you want to get involved into something else and not give your complete devotion to your job and to being a council member and be on another board? This would be my only duty. Now, if the B board don't want me, that's fine. It's up to you guys to vote me in or out. But I can tell you, I've been here for 3 years, and I've seen some progress, but I've seen some of the same thing that I heard about before I got here, about the council. And it hasn't been all bad, but it certainly hasn't been good, And it seems like we have a left and a right. And we need to work together, all of us.
Amen.
All of us.
Amen.
I thank you. And, the Lord doesn't look at anything but our hearts. And we got to run our business as unto the Lord. And we need to get along together and do what's right. Not for ourselves and not for any other reason other than the city of Keene and its residents. So, and to me, you got the type B board, that's fine.
So my question to you, sir, which one would you like to serve?
Type B,
Okay.
B board.
All right, I had this same discussion with Mr. O'Connell. I did call him when I saw your question too. What happened was is he applied for the boards back in January, and his first choice was the Type B board. Then when the Type B board didn't consider him after they met, then that's when he reapplied because he still wanted to be on the board, so he just gave us a new application. And when he did, he just chose different boards, and that's why we have one that's dated in April and one that's dated in January.
Right.
And
the
he
one-
just did that because, yeah.
The one
he-
dated in April says he's serving on a board. That's
Yeah,
what's
so the
confusing.
April one is the one that for some reason got sent to P and Z, and they made a recommendation that's in the next agenda item to put him on the P and Z board. And I spoke with him, and he did tell me Type B board was his first choice originally.
Mayor, I'd like to say something too.
Okay?
So, Mr. Heinrich, I appreciate what you were saying, sir. I do. I go to your meetings, I respect what the board does, but I really believe that we need to have more of a look of the people that are moving in, looking at the different things that we look at. And you all do a great job. I told you that at the last board meeting. I've been going to every one of them.
Yeah.
So I just want a fresh look. I really do. And Mr. Alcala, I know him personally. I think you do a great job for us, for the city.
Yeah, I'm Gary
Go
Heinrich,
ahead, Mr.
803
Heinrich.
Greenbrier. I don't know this man. So when you sit down on a board and you're trying to figure out who are you going to put back on the board or who are you going to fill, typically the board's going to pick somebody they know that they feel like will work. I have nothing against him, and if he was a member, I'm sure we'd work just fine. So that's where it really falls in, is you're going to know who. Come to your house, you're probably not going to vote for me for anything if you don't know me, right?
Well, I would want to get to know you. Yeah.
I'd give you a little speech, and if I could twist your arm, well, maybe you would, since I know a bunch of kinfolk anyway. So, but that's the way the boards work. Your votes for council, anything, is people that you know. Mr. Alcala, I don't know. So when it came up for discussion, I don't know if any of the board members, do you know any of the board members on 4B? Well, Mr. Foster's not on 4B.
Oh, no.
Mr. Gutwald's not on 4B.
Oh, on the board.
On 4B?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I met Rick.
Yeah. The Stevens, Dr. Stevens, yeah, he's a great guy. Well, that's what happens is you vote for people you know that you think will work with you because you want a concerted effort. You don't need anybody on it that's divisive. That's where our city gets a bad rap, divisiveness. So that's where we're at. I'm not picking on anybody. I can work with anybody, I think. Some of you may not can work with me, but I could work with anybody.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Heinrich. Ms.
Follow-up.
Beasley.
Bob, could I get you to reconsider your nomination because it would solve two birds, one stone? If Mr. Alcala goes on planning and zoning and Mr. Cody goes on 4B, we get them both knocked out, both boards are full.
Run that by me again, please.
Okay, so we only have one nomination
Yeah.
for P and Z, which is the next item on the agenda.
Right.
It's Mr. Alcala. If he's put on 4B, in thought of what we're planning to do over here with the attorney in the previous item, he couldn't be put on P and Z. Because he would serve on two boards then, which is what you want to do with the
He's wanting you
document.
to change your vote.
So if you
and-
put
and-
Mr.
and
Cody.
Withdraw your motion so that Chuck Easley can go on Type B and Jim
No,
McCullough can
that's
go
not
on
what I said.
P&Z.
No,
That's
no.
not what he
Is that
That's not what I
said.
said. No,
I
I did
thought that's
not.
what you were saying.
No, I did not. Type B, Cody, we have three nominations
Oh.
for 4B, Cody, Alcala, and myself. If you put Cody on 4B and Mr. Alcala on P and Z, which is the next item on the agenda, we still stay in compliance with the document you're going to pass on the next meeting, because it will pass if
Is
we're
that not the
3-3.
nepotism, though? Cody is Mr. Smith's son, correct? Cody's Mr. Smith's son,
Oh, I
so
had
would
no
that be
idea. It's a
nepotism?
different name.
Yeah.
No, because it's a different board. Remember, you were limited to only the board you're talking about.
Only the board you're on.
Okay.
So Smith and
Oh, okay.
his son couldn't sit on 4B.
Board, then yes. So, that's again, how.
Okay. I thought that's what they were wanting, but we've moved on.
That's not what we discussed.
We've already moved on since then, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought that's what they wanted. They didn't want relatives serving on one board and on another board. I
On
thought
the
that's
same
what
board,
the,
what was discussed.
That's right. So,
Councilman Easley, it's kind of the same way. We would like to see, I would like to see a new resident in the city of Keene coming in and having ideas and just thinking things through with everybody.
That's
So no, I won't.
That's what Cody would be that, and you'd get two, anyhow.
Can I offer something? I would like to see us table this.
Okay, I already have a motion on the floor, so I'm getting ready to call for that motion, so I can't take a table at this time.
Oh, Mayor, so based on the discussion, I know a few years ago, we were in the same predicament. Troy Smith, I did vote you to go in a board, and we were in the same situation. You are outside, our people did not know you, and I think you have done a great job. I remember voting for you, and it was a struggle like this. So I think Jimmy Akala will do a great job. So let's give him a chance, and he's willing to show up. We have picked up some members who don't show up, and then we are like, okay, alternates, and they don't show up, and then it becomes a problem. I think he will show up, and let's give him a chance and let him serve the citizens. Thank you.
I did talk to Jimmy about the board meeting times, and he did like the time better on Type B than he did on PNC, because it meets in the evening. It worked better with his schedule. All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve the appointment of Jimmy Akala to the Keene EDC Type B Board to fill the vacancy for a term ending March 2027, made by Chapman, second by Gutwa. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? You're voting for him? You're voting for Jimmy Akala? Okay, so all in favor is going to be Foster, Shaw, Chapman, and Gutwa. And then opposed is Smith, and abstained is Trustee
just my name's
Easley. Motion is
mentioned.
carried. Mr. Akala, you are now on the Type B Board. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you for service, sir.
All right, agenda item number 7E, review, discuss, and consider an appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission to fill a vacancy for a term ending March of 2027. They had recommended Mr. Akala to fill this vacancy. I do not believe that we have any other applications for that board at this time.
I make a motion, we table this until we can get the document that the lawyer will be
I
working on.
don't even know if we need to table it. I think we can just omit it. Can we just omit it? Do we need to table it since we don't have any applicants? Or should we table it for the record?
Probably, I mean, it's on the agenda, so you probably.
Okay, go ahead and table it. Do we have a second to table?
Second.
We have a motion to table the appointment of a individual, a candidate to the Planning and Zoning Commission to fill the vacancy for a term ending March 2027 by Easley and a second by Smith. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried. So we should probably advertise and let the P&Z board know to see if they can get some more applicants in for that position.
And Mayor, I'd like to make a suggestion. I know that every time it goes out to the citizens, it goes out one way on the keene.gov site. I think we need to do some other ways. We can talk about it, but we need to have
Okay.
other forms of getting the information out.
Okay. Okay, agenda item number 7F, review, discuss, and give direction to staff concerning 1, the water accumulation on Eastern Street at the end of First Street. Number 2, options for storm drains, bridges, and connecting to existing sidewalks on Eastern Street from 4th Street to Pecan. And number 3, the possibility of creating a sidewalk path along Pecan Street from Eastern Street to Fairview Street.
Councilman Gutwa, this was your item, and
Yes.
hopefully I got it right this time. So I apologize for misunderstanding it last time. So really, we kind of broke this down. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I wish we had won the lottery and I could fix everything at once. But so basically, we kind of broke this down into, and again, we kind of went over this individually. And Derek's here, so he'll be the one to answer any specific questions. But basically what it comes down to is if all we want is a bridge, to cross over that area, I think that's something the city could probably accomplish sooner than later. The bridge itself is $120,000. If what we're really wanting to accomplish is fixing the flooding, the water accumulation, getting the sidewalks and everything else, you're looking at, $1.25, $1.3 million to actually fix the whole problem. And so we basically broke it out again in pieces so that we can try to address these issues as we can afford them. To actually handle the inlets and the storm drains is about $710,000 because I'll let him speak to that. And then sidewalk running along Eastern by the, from the ISD to Pecan, you're looking at $176,000. And if you're looking to go from along sidewalk up to Fairview along Pecan, it's $305,000. So I'll let you take it from here.
Let's start with the water accumulation. So, Mr. Turner, can you tell us why is the water pooling right there at the base of Eastern Street and First Street?
Well, you have a lot of water coming there, first of all, because everything comes off of First, everything comes down Eastern from two directions. So everything is coming to that one intersection.
Why is it not going into that creek that's on the other side of the curb?
It's just the intersection itself is, the grading of the intersection is such that it pools. I mean, it's just a low point in the intersection. That could be addressed fairly easily by just reconstructing the intersection. But you're still gonna have, anytime it rains, all of the water is gonna come to that location. So you're gonna have a high level of water in the intersection. And so the higher estimate, the 710,000, was really to prevent the water from getting there. But it also included reconstructing the intersection itself to make sure that the water, even after the rain is gone, that the water leaves the intersection as well. So there's multiple facets of this that we could look at, but both of those two problems are being addressed with that estimate.
Now, we've talked about this before with the development, which is the canyons on the other side of that creek area, and you showed me the channel that runs through there, so I'm trying to figure out why can't we get that water to stop pooling by some kind of drainage system that funnels it to that creek so that then it channels through the development and goes wherever down on the other side, and that would solve the problem, would it not?
Yeah, well, I mean, if the problem is that it's pooling in the intersection, that's a simple fix. Simple in terms of what you would have to do. I
Yeah.
mean, it would be some expense. In fact, I think the numbers, you're at around $70,000 or so to rebuild the intersection, which again is built into that overall estimate. Around 70.
70,000.
Rough estimate, around
We could
70.
create some kind of drainage so that when the water comes, it won't pool, it'll just push through to the creek, and then it's gonna go through that channel,
Right.
and then be carried down there by the development.
The water does not pool there right now unless it's raining, because the water's flowing across the street. The water does not pool once the rain stops.
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. It's gonna, when it rains, it's gonna pool there, and I've seen it. It goes way out into the middle of that intersection.
Yeah, I think maybe the better terminology would be that it backs up there. And
Yeah, it
that's just
backs up
because of
there.
the amount of water coming. I mean, you'd have to build a huge channel that outside of
Yeah.
the area you have to do that.
I'm thinking it's running
keep
down
it
the
from
street,
backing
like
up.
First
So-
Street.
So that's why to solve the problem of the water backing up in the intersection, the storm drains and
Okay.
those things would be required. Yes, sir.
What if First Street was extended to Fur?
Extended to the east.
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, it would carry the water. The problem is, the further downstream you go, the more the water pools in the, pool's a bad word. The more the water backs up into the street,
Right.
and the deeper the water gets.
But we're talking about a storm drain in that area anyhow. So if
Right.
that storm drain was incorporated into extending the street, it solves a problem for the fire department that First Street is a dead-end turn.
Yeah, the only caveat to that I would give you is that you would have to back up west of the intersection because as it is now, there's too much water coming into that intersection. You have to catch it before it gets there, but
Correct.
but it could be incorporated into the same
Yeah.
project.
Jonathan, I looked up surveys on that thing, and there is a alley, not the first front property on Pecan, that would have to be a purchase of that slice of land. But the entire piece of land going back to Fur, there's a slot that looks like is already surveyed out. I can show you on a map later. So, I'd like to put that as a fourth option. I know it's gonna be more money, but if we're gonna fix something, let's fix it to where it fixes more than one problem. Thank you.
Wouldn't that ultimately tie into that subdivision? Is that what you're asking?
No, just to tie into Fur Street at the moment, because Fur's a dead end, it doesn't have a way for a fire truck to turn around.
Oh, so it would,
It would
okay.
give a fire
Fur is
truck,
down further and it would just.
It would loop.
Yeah. You'd
Yeah,
turn
it would loop.
north on Fur.
yes.
So we can look at that option and come up with some cost on that as well.
I think that'd be nice to look at.
You know, ultimately, based on what Councilman Gutwa, he was just more curious on what the cost is and, you know, what it
Yeah.
entails to, you know, fix kind of the problem the way it is. And so this is another great option. And
But if we're gonna do a bridge, that kills extending First Street.
Yeah.
correct. Well, again, there's no action, so.
Sure, yeah,
you
I know.
So this is just, I mean, so we can add that as a,
We can give him direction to pursue one of these paths over the other one, so he can get more definitive numbers and see if he can find the funds for it. I think that's where we're at. We might have to put it in the next budget or pursue it some other way. Is that correct? Is that what you're needing? You just need direction to know?
yeah, and as I shared with several of you too, you know, again, if we just want to put a bridge and, you know, yay, we did a bridge, we can do that. I feel confident we can do that now. As far as the sidewalks, you know, if we're going to spend $1 million, I'm pretty sure we'll be a lot more popular if we fix 4th Street with that kind of money. So, again, the goal is to try to continue to get the $1 million grant. Again, with the grant that supposedly they're just waiting to get released, I'm still being told we're going to get it. That's going to help us move up the list. And so my suggestion is I'm all about sidewalks. I think it'd be great for the kids, connect the schools. I think it's a really great spot for sidewalks. But right now, I'd rather try to find free money and try to continue to get that grant. I mean, it took us several years to get the water grant. We've been trying to get the sidewalk grant for several years now. So, you know, I still believe good things are coming for Keene, and a lot of the stuff the finance department is working on is going to make getting grants easier, and, you know, so.
So what kind of bridge are we talking about? This is in lieu of doing a sidewalk. We're just gonna how far up we're gonna go up, and we're gonna go back down and then pick up with the sidewalk? What's the plan?
Well, and I specifically asked him, I said, if we put a bridge, is it going to wash away? And he assured me this would be a engineered, enforced bridge, but
Right, so the estimate I made was actually, it was ultimately the goal to create a bridge over the drainage channel, but it included drainage structure around it to protect the crossing. It would just be an arched sidewalk walkway.
Okay.
But we would have to create some structure underneath it, drainage structure, as well as structural support to carry the water under it without washing it.
If we did that now, just so that we have sidewalks, so we can say that kind of continues our sidewalk path, can we go back later and do this other stuff that you're talking about without that impeding the bridge, or is the bridge will be wasted money at that point?
Yeah, you could do the larger project without
And still.
sacrificing the work that had already been done.
Okay,
Now, if you extend First Street, obviously, that's a different.
okay.
Hey, if we take First Street and go back there and connect it to Fur, then we've just built a bridge for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a good plan.
So, Mayor and Council, the reason why I brought this item is because I get constant questions on 4th Street and some parents who are coming as far as on Eastern, all of that Eastern. So we have a problem that maybe some of you might have experienced it. Actually, we just put a stop sign on 4-way on Eastern and Pecan Street. It used not to be like that. And the reason is there has been a lot of misses, accidents that somebody driving because of the overgrowth of the, on Eastern, normally the sign is not very visible. So people will just try to just speed through Eastern on Pecan Street. And
Point of order, we shouldn't be talking about a stop sign. We're talking about.
okay, yes, and the reason why I'm telling you is if we say that we can wait for a grant, who knows, maybe 10 years from now, because we do apply and hope if we can win it. And we might have some issues. Right now, there's a lot of, if you're a parent and you're walking on Eastern, especially in the morning, I'm surprised that there's no kid who has been hit on that street, even 4th Street.
4th Street the same, yeah.
So if we can be able to solve this, and then we have the canyons is coming in. Right now, it's a little bit getting worse. And once we get that canyon coming in, I don't think they'll use 67. They'll be using that little street here to go to Eastern, to connect to Fourth Ward, or to go to Cleveland. So there's a danger, a big danger of having accidents or somebody getting killed on Eastern or 4th Street. And as I'm looking at this cost here, sidewalk along Eastern Street, that's $176,000. And the sidewalk on Eastern Street to Fairview, $305,000. And I know the bridge. The problem is not normally around that bridge because there's a little bit of a kind of a space, and there's not a lot of, there's enough space for somebody to walk and allow the traffic to go back and forth. The danger is along Eastern, most of those homes, they do park on the streets. Now you have a very narrow street, and the children who are going to school and coming from school are not able to go and walk around those vehicles. They prefer to walk along the street. And sometimes, as you know, most of us are on our phones. It's just an accident waiting to happen. So is it possible with the bridge? Yes. Are there some grants for storm drains and that the city can keep looking for this like $710,000?
Yes, there are, you're currently doing a CDBG grant for Fairview.
Yes.
Those grants are eligible for storm drain projects as well. I don't know of any others currently where there are actual grant funds. The state provides funding in the form of loans for storm drain projects, but the CDBG, the state grants, through the Texas Department of Agriculture do fund storm drain.
Okay. So will it be okay for the council to give the city staff direction? Because if you are able to, we can still use Fairview, Eastern Street and the Fairview and, streets, sidewalks, we can put them in and then work on our way to how to fix this water issue, drainage issue. When there's no rain, actually, it's a very nice place to walk. So that will cost almost $500,000. So will that be a bigger headache for the city manager to incorporate in our budget to see if we can be able to finish some of the streets?
So you want to do the bridge, and then you want to go ahead and keep going with the
No,
sidewalk?
we can leave the bridge alone.
Leave the bridge alone, just skip
Yes.
the bridge section, and then
Yes.
just work on the sidewalk on the other side of the bridge?
Yes, and the inlet and the storm drain, just leave those ones. Those are big ticket items. And then just do the sidewalks. And that little bridge section there, I've seen students and kids just walking there without a lot of problems. There's enough space for the traffic to see, and nobody parks there. So I think it will be a very good thing to put it as a priority, because once canyons kicks in, then it might become we might be caught off guard if we don't have enough money for the sidewalks.
I just don't want to see us put sidewalks in and come in and extend First Street and then tear them all up again.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 4th Street and then the eastern section.
Eastern. Yeah, I'm talking about
Yes.
Eastern down there at the corner of First.
Yes.
If we don't do the bridge, which is fine, and we do the accumulation of the water for the water collecting.
We can do those ones later.
Yeah, but
Yes.
if we extend First Street, we're just gonna tear it all up again.
Is there a plan to extend it? I don't think we have money to do that. Maybe I'm behind. I did not get the memo.
I think, say, if we're gonna do the storm drains, we can extend part of First down to First. It's just a thought.
I think this is a conversation that we can continue.
What's the approximate footage of that bridge?
Just the bridge going over the channel, it's about 30 feet.
So we're $120,000 for 30 feet of elevated sidewalk, I don't think that's worth it. I think we need to try to come up with another remedy that better suits that area. So whether it's trying to start the storm drain back up a little further so that way there's not as much water, I think that's where we need to start. Start at the top and work your way down.
Yes, my recommendation was if we can find in our budget the money to fix the sidewalks, it doesn't look like a big ticket item, but the inlet and storm drain and the bridge, those ones can wait, because right now you can actually use that road or the side of that road because nobody's parking there. It's a big chunk of space that will allow people to see. You can see who is coming, who's driving by. So by doing that, I think we are going to solve a lot of issues with students getting into problems when they're going to school and people going to work, rushing to go to work.
So do we have an approximate cost of what he's talking about? Any idea?
To just do the sidewalks?
Yes.
It's approximately $500,000.
That's what he's talking about, I think, is sidewalk getting all the way to Eastern Street, is skipping the bridge area is 176, and then sidewalk from Eastern all the way up to Fairview is 305,000.
A lot of that sidewalk project's done by 4B.
So a lot of that money wouldn't even come from the general fund, which would be nice.
Okay. We can continue this when we get closer into the budget so that when we start meeting as a committee and stuff, we can start looking at the budget then and bring this back.
Just keep it on the radar.
So I think our direction as staff is let's continue looking at what funds we have available, and then we'll choose the best path as we get into the budget. All right, moving on.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Schneier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
All right, agenda item number 7G, review, discuss, and give direction to staff concerning a possible field manager position and the financial impact such position would have on the Keene fiscal year 25 budget. All right, so council, I kind of put this on the agenda and mentioned it with Mr. Seitz a few times. I became aware of a new position that we were advertising for that we hadn't really discussed. And they're wanting to add a new position to the Public Works Department called Field Manager. I happened to see it on the city website, already being advertised with a salary. And I kind of questioned it because I looked up under our city charter, Article 3, Section 3.04 of the city charter. It states that all powers shall be vested in the city council to establish salary structures for each job classification. So since we're adding a new classification, a new job, we need to set what the salary is going to be and then make sure that we give direction to the city manager about it. So that's why this is on here. There's a paper in your packet.
Mayor?
Because I kind of was confused on how this was being described on the city website. And so Derek gave me the reasons for the field manager position, and that was this here, because if you'll look at the qualifications for this position, they are a lot. And I couldn't understand the difference between this position, what the Public Works Director's position is, what the assistant to the Public Works Director is, as far as a management role and what they were going to be doing. So I wanted you guys to know about it and ask questions, as well as me. Yes, sir?
Can you repeat the charter?
Repeat everything I just said?
No.
Charter.
Can you not do that? I just asked for just the charter.
Yeah, the charter section is, let's see. Article 3, Section 3.04 of the city charter. It states that all powers shall be vested in the city council to establish salary structures for each job classification. So when the city manager wants to create a new position, this council sets the salary structure for that. So this is a new position, and that's why I think Mr. Goot was the one that asked for it to be on here, because we just wanted to know what the impact is to the budget, because we're now adding a staff member that wasn't there. So it's going to impact the water sewer fund. At least I think it will. So that's why they were giving us some cost in here, saying $15,000 for the months of April to September. I was still confused on the $15,000, though. That seems awfully low, because
That's-
you're advertising this position.
That's just to get us through the rest of this budget.
Is there already money in the budget for that position? Is that why we only have
There's a-
15 left that we need?
There's a surplus in there.
You're using surplus for it? So council, what I understand is about this position is we used to have a lawn tech position, and we're no longer going to have that. And the lawn tech position was being paid for in part by the Type B fund and by general fund. And I'm told that position's being eliminated, and then this looked like a replacement of that in part, which is why I asked questions of mowing and stuff, because this person's going to oversee the mowing of the parks. And then it actually said they were going to mow, but Mr. Derrick says that's not the case. They're not going to mow. Do y'all understand what this position is? Do you have any questions?
Nope. Story here.
It's a field manager may direct and coordinate the activities of the street maintenance, utility maintenance, and building maintenance.
Yep.
Enhancing the city parks, sports fields, city hall grounds, and maintenance, and performing a wide range of physical tasks.
Yeah, the city manager discussed it with me. Made sense.
Okay, well, it wasn't with me. That's why I brought it on the
Oh,
agenda.
Sorry.
All right.
Go for it, Derek.
Okay. Well, we've been needing more people in Public Works for a while.
Yes.
We're growing. We got a lot more to do. And then we also have the park to take care of, not just the mowing. That's taken care of with our contractor. But we still have to pick up trash, clean the bathrooms, make sure everything's stocked, make sure everything's working properly. Well, we don't have the staff for that. But this field manager position is also they're basically going to be a crew leader who's also going to manage the other crew leaders, not manage them, but help to train them because they're kind of green. My other crew leaders are green. And the person I had in mind, has a lot of experience. But since they're also going to be taking care of the park, we were going to pay for half of that out of the B board.
Okay, so the B board is going to pay for part of this position?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for this year, as of right now.
Okay, like 50/50, or how's that going to work?
That position is empty. There is nobody in that position right now.
Okay.
And it was not a lawn care person, it was a maintenance person, supposed to take care of the maintenance.
As I've shared with you all too, again, cities our size have 80-some employees, we have 55. The more I'm here, the longer I'm here, the more I feel like they should be doing studies on us because it's amazing what we do. And we don't have the luxury, being the size we do, to say this is my job and this is the only thing I do. So any help we can add to Public Works is a step in the right direction.
So you're asking us to just give you approval to move forward with creating this position? Is that what we're thinking here?
Just give us direction
I
that
mean, there's like
you're okay with what we're doing.
8 pages of kneeling, crouching, crawling, lifting. I mean,
Yeah, that's why.
there's some serious specifications for this job. I wouldn't qualify.
Yeah, well, it's a combination, it's a combination of,
You gotta work.
both. It's a combination of, utility crew lead, street crew lead, and parks. It's a combination, and facilities, a combination of all those things.
But if you can find somebody that meets these qualifications, I say power to you.
I have somebody.
Well, I believe
I'm safe.
the person, if I think who you're thinking of, is qualified in all of these and can assist with anything that you have.
Well, then you're probably thinking of who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, probably am.
So I have a question. Mayor, so.
Go ahead.
I did also request, I think, for this just out of a concern. I'm for us having enough employees and everybody doing their job to the best of their abilities. And in the past, as I can remember, wherever the city manager wanted to create a new position, whether it was not in public, they did consult with the council and say, okay, this is my thought, this is my plan, what do you think? There is some consultation where if I have a concern, I'll say, hey, that sounds like we are trying to be generous and do all that we can do, but I have a concern with this and this and this and this. And as I can remember, back in May 2nd, 2024, our former city manager, Brent Butler, came before us, and he did give us Plan A, Plan B, an option, where if we want to go with this, this is what will happen. This is what Type A, Type B might be able to cover, and this is what is going to be our, problem to pay for it. And I can remember under item 7B, we did discuss, and the council gave a consensus to go ahead, eliminate the contract that we have had for quite some time, and then bring in a full-time employee to be able to take care of the green spaces, parks, taking the trash out, making sure the toilets are cleaned up, restroom. So that one was my understanding. And when this position came, our field manager position, and I'm aware the public works has been helping since the employee that used to work under that position was dismissed. So I'm aware we have been trying to help. So my problem is, if you had 2 employees that could not be able to do the job, now you have to have 1 employee that is going to be dedicated to that. And in the past, we had 1 employee that was dedicated to that job, and still the work was overwhelming. So how will this work with the field manager position? And when you say a manager, it's somebody that's overseeing somebody. So are we going to have an assistant manager to the field? And then if 2 employees from the public works cannot be able to manage that job, now you need to create this one. Are we going to have conflict of interest where this employee is going to be pulled into other public works duties, and then the green spaces will be maybe a secondary?
That hasn't been done, even though I don't have anybody for that position. That isn't being done now. Those things are getting done even though I don't have someone for that position. And I don't know what the 2 employees are talking about either.
I had some information that once the employee was dismissed, that used to do that job.
Well, it's whoever I can grab and put in the park.
Yes, and there have been some.
And they can keep up with it, but they can't do their jobs and that.
And the problem was that the 1 employee could not be able to keep up.
Well, he wasn't driven. He was not driven. I'm sorry. That's not my spot.
That position was not a mowing contract position. That position was a facilities park maintenance, to do the bathrooms, to clean up, to empty the trash, to fix swings, to work on the buildings, to work at City Hall. That's what that position was for. When the mowing contract was given to another company, and that company did not work out, we had nobody to mow, so that position was trying to do all of that. So that's where I think you're confused on. He couldn't keep up with it because he was trying to do a job that we have a contractor that has 7 or 8 employees come out and do. He was trying to do that, and his job, which was facility park maintenance. It wasn't mowing. That's where you're confused.
I'm not confused.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You
I'm
just
not
said
confused. I'm not. It was a public meeting. The former city manager, Brent Butler, came before us. I was in this room. And
I was here too.
Yeah. So under May 2nd, 2024, yes, under item 7B, go and review. It's under, 200 mark on city website. He came with a plan to eliminate the contract. Very clear.
It wasn't to eliminate the contract. It was not. It was to renew the contract with somebody else.
No.
We went out for bids. He went with the lowest bidder. That did not work.
I'm gonna
That's not true.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagree, Mr. Martin. We hired someone to
course.
mow the park. We hired someone, an employee.
we did
had
not.
this
Never
discussion with
did.
Mr. Batla when he was here, and the consensus of council was to hire someone to mow the park to save the city money and not do a contracted individual, because we tried to do the contracted individual with that company, and they left. This person was hired after that.
That's
It's because we went out for a bid process. Don's Lawn Care did not come in the lowest. It came in the second lowest. We hired someone else. They didn't do a good job. Then we hired an individual to come in, and their job was to do maintenance and to mow the parks. That's what they did all the time. That was their job. They were mowing all the time.
No,
The
because we
individual.
had nobody to do it. and we're
No,
supposed to
that was
just-
his position.
Mr.
That-
Heinrichs
that
came
was a
out
job
and
duty
mowed the
given-
park
That was a
himself.
job duty given to him. We were trying to save money. It was a discussion that council made to save money, not hire a contractor. Because Mr. Johnson was on council at that time, and he did not want us to spend $30,000 to have the park mowed by a contractor. We were trying to save money with this guy's salary. It was being split between the two boards, and that is the correct truth.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson?
And this new guy that he's talking about,
Yeah.
it didn't work out. I'm one of them that complain about him, okay? If he ain't gonna do the park right, we don't need people we're gonna pay to do nothing. That's the way I believe in it. Another thing, we had the animal control, that what Don didn't say, that was supposed to help him do his job. But he was never over, she was never over there to help that boy do his job. So how one man gonna do that park? That's quick. Back in 6 years ago, we had one man to work over there, weed eat and mow. But why did we spend $18,000 for a mower sitting over there when they should be doing,
Yeah. We
you
bought
know,
the
I'm not
mower
gonna
for
say they
them.
should be doing the park, because it takes a little bit of time for that. But these other ones, I don't know why we ain't hiring them. Another thing, I'm not understanding why we need a manager. You know, that don't make no sense.
Yeah, we invested in the
not to-
mower
not to
when,
do what he's gonna
when we
do.
hired the individual.
You know, it's just, council need to look at what we're doing.
I'm hearing a lot of talk about the past. And I've told you all before, I'm not here to make all the past wrongs right and all that. My job is to move forward. And right now, for us to do what we need to do is support our public works, because we have an opportunity to gain an amazing person to add to the team. And we can financially do it. And also, with that whole experiment, right, wrong, or indifferent, it didn't work. And we discovered we need a professional crew to maintain the green spaces in our city. So we can sit here and talk about the past all day long, but what I need is us helping move the city forward.
All right, we'll get into that discussion in the next agenda item, 7H. So we need to get back to the field manager position. So my only question is, I don't have a problem with adding a position to the Public Works Department. I see your need for it. I have no issues with that. I was a little concerned when I saw all the job requirements and your salary, because I kind of feel like your salary's on the low side, because when you look at this, this is only $58,000, and you're requiring a Class D water license, a Class A CDL, and a TCEQ groundwater treatment Class C license, and it just seems like there was a lot of stuff in here, a playground safety inspector license. They also have to get a herbicide applicator certificate. So I'm just concerned, if you find somebody, what if they don't have all of those qualifications? Are you still gonna hire them? Are you gonna be strict on that? Because that's a lot. I don't know who's gonna have all that and wanna work for $58,000.
We will still hire them, but we will help them, well, encourage them and help them get the rest, what they
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, I would just like you to consider looking at that salary, because I think it needs to be higher.
Is the person?
If you're gonna require all of that. If you're not, then back off of some of those qualifications
I'm
for
sorry.
the 58,000.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mrs. Shaw.
The person that you're inquiring about, which I think I know who it is he okay with that?
Yes, sir, he is.
Is he expecting a major increase over next year?
No.
Well, if the person that I'm thinking of, that Derek's thinking about, he has most of those qualifications
Okay,
already.
but it's a cut and pay for him, isn't it? Is it a cut and pay for him, though, if he's got all those qualifications working for somebody else?
He's,
Benefits.
This is probably a cut and pay,
yeah.
yeah, because this seems slow to me.
Well, no, it's not really a cut and pay. It's less stress.
Okay.
A whole lot.
Working for
less
us?
grass.
I doubt
Yeah.
that.
Oh, believe me, it is.
I doubt that.
That's worth, well,
Worth his weight in gold.
benefits kind of help him out as far as salary goes, because he has no
Okay.
benefits where he's at.
So the benefits is helping, okay, to offset the lower salary, okay.
Mayor?
Mr. Smith?
I'd like to, I don't know if there's a motion that needs to be made.
No, this is just to give direction, so I'm
Give
just going to call
direction.
for a
I'd
consensus.
like to give direction. I'd like to see us give direction to move forward.
So the consensus is that we're going to give him is to move forward, and he's going to hire someone for this position at this salary that he's advertised.
As is that he
At
has.
his discretion
Correct.
to move forward. So, Mr. Foster, move forward. Mr. Smith, move forward. Mr. Easley, move forward. Mr. Goodwin, move forward.
Oh, Mayor, so the reason why I'll give my consensus. The reason why I requested for this is not like we don't need employees to help with this. I see the need. The problem that I was having with is the process. We jumped, advertised for the position, we have made even some commitment or negotiated, and we were out of the loop. So this discussion is very important so that when somebody is asking out there, I can say they came to us, they talked about the need, and I'm aware of that. Just the way Brent brought before us, and we were able to give him the consensus. So it's not the past, it's just the way we do things in Keene. Yeah, thank you. So I will.
I can appreciate that, but I've actually, in meetings with councilmen, I have made things known. I think if I came here and talked about every single thing that I'm working on, you would have 6 and 7, 8 hour meetings every single time, because again, we're rapidly trying to fix things as quickly as we can, because my goal is at the beginning of next fiscal year to have kind of things in place so we can, again, get traction. Because like I said, there's a cost associated with everything. And we love to look at this and go, oh, well, I'm not going to buy this for the city, so I just save the city $50. But there's a huge cost that's associated with this constant turnover.
Yes.
And so I'm rapidly trying to get things in order quickly and as fast as I can, because quite frankly, I can't even put a number. These systems that are in place, like I told you, they've never been set up correctly. So again, if you want to sit here and say that I'm not doing a good job because I didn't do things like Brent or whatever the case may be, that's fine. I'll respect that. But please understand, I'm trying to move and get things done for this city quickly.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying, wherever you have, like you're creating a new position, even according to the city charter, bring it before the council. Executive session takes 2 hours. Just tell us, I have this idea, creating this position, this is the need. We look at it so that we are aware, because the public, you can move fast, but the public will want to know. So when they come to me, I'll tell them, yes, I'm aware of that. So, and I'll bring it to you and say, okay, I've been asked about this. Thank you for bringing it before us. So it's not moving fast, but it's also good to be able to keep people in the loop. I'm not saying that it's wrong not to inform us.
I thought I was doing that because, again, I meet with every single councilman, and I've extended that to you as well. So I apologize, but please know that that's why I'm doing these meetings. I don't think anybody that I've met with feels like I'm doing anything secret or behind the dark, or, and so I apologize. I am doing things differently than Brent, and I think it would be good if we kind of figure out how to communicate what's going on, because that's kind of how I've been doing things. So I do apologize to you, but, I'm doing the best I can with what I have, so.
Okay, thank you.
I think what he's saying is there's a purpose to putting it on there, and it is not just for us, it's for the public. We're letting them know how we're spending their tax dollars. So we have a system in place where you do have these ideas, you bring them to us, we put it on agenda, we discuss it publicly so that the citizens see how their money's being spent and how we're deciding that their money is being spent. That way they're feeling a part of the process. We're not doing it to them either. So we do have to do it, all of us. council, citizens, and staff.
So Mayor, I think what the city manager is asking, if we discuss these things out individually, that when it comes to a council meeting, it can just be a snap.
Yeah.
It's already been discussed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, so Mr. Chapman, are you okay with moving forward with creating this position? I am. And Mr. Shaw, you're moving
Yes.
forward? Okay, you have your consensus, Mr. Seitz, to move forward with creating a field manager position and advertising it. Thank you, Derek, appreciate it.
But we had a guy over there picking up trash and all that, and the guy told me personally, Derek know it, that wasn't his position. When you work for a city, whatever they tell you to do, that's your job. But when a man sit there and tell you, that's not what he wants to do, that's pretty sad. The council don't see all that junk.
Okay, the next item up for discussion is item 7H. Review, discuss, and give direction to staff regarding the mowing and maintenance of the city's parks and public spaces and contract with Don's Lawn Service. So we kind of just touched on that just a little bit because it came into context with the creation of the public manager, the field manager positions. So I asked again I've asked to talk to the city manager about this as well and wanted it on the agenda to be transparent with the public, that we are changing the way that we're doing things because I was not in agreement on how this mowing contract was handled, which you can see in your packet because I sent off an email to the Type B board about it. I expressed my thoughts to the city manager over the course of several weeks about this. I met with Mr. Seitz on Tuesday, April 22nd, to go over the agenda that was supposed to be this agenda, but we canceled that meeting. And he did not tell me that he was including my email in here, so I'm not sure why he did, but he must have felt that it was pertinent.
Communication and transparency.
I'm sorry?
Transparency.
That's fine, I have no problem with it. I'm actually glad that he did, so that you can see my concerns that were in here. We have done things in a certain way in the past, and I've been serving for 6 years. And typically, if we're going to change the direction that we're going, where we were going to eliminate the position of the lawn tech position and then move that back into contract for lawn care, then a city manager would bring that to us during an agenda. But first, he was going to have to bring it to Type B board because they were funding half of it. Bring it to them at an agenda, get their direction to move forward with hiring a contractor. Then he would go out, seek the bids, come back, bring them the bids, allow them to choose the vendor, and give him direction to engage in a contract. Then he usually brings the contract to council for approval. That's what we had been doing in the past. That process was not being followed this time, which is why I questioned it and which is why I wrote that email to the Type B board.
Mayor? So if it was already a budgeted item, doesn't he have the purview to go ahead and make that decision without going to B board or council?
The amount was budgeted for a contract, but it wasn't budgeted for Don's lawn care contract. So to me, they should be able to, the board should be able to choose the vendor that they want. He should be soliciting to them multiple bids. They choose whichever bid. It might not be the lowest, but get them to choose the vendor. That's how you do it in a transparent way, so that the public is part of the process. It goes to their board first, then it comes to us for final approval, and we just approve the contract. Some steps were missing, and it was just all of a sudden done.
That's micromanaging,
And
in
we
my
just
opinion.
hired someone.
Let the man do his job. That's micromanaging.
That's not micromanaging him. That's being
He's
transparent to the
stuck within the
public
budget. I don't
about
care who, I
following a
don't care
certain
who mows the
process.
yard, as long as he sticks with the budget and gets
Because
done.
Because the process
Please
that
don't
he
talk over me.
used-
If the
that-
project
the
gets
process
done
that he
and the
used-
budget
you're
gets
not gonna talk over me, Mr.
on
Easley.
target,
The
let the man do his job.
process that he used was not transparent, and it was not ethical, and it's not the way that we have been doing it in the past.
But wait,
And when
wait,
I
wait, wait.
questioned him about it,
The
his
term
first
ethical.
thought
You just
was to
used the
call, I'm
term-
talking, sir.
But you
His
used the
first
term
thought was to
ethical.
go to the city attorney and ask the city attorney if what he was doing was legal. And I'm not questioning whether or not Mr. Messer can find a legal realm or a reason that he can do it, because that's a defense that you use in court. I'm questioning the fact that it was not done transparent, and it wasn't done open, and the boards and us did not get to approve this contract and help make that decision for him.
Ah, there it is.
So you just used a term that was ethical. I'd like you to define what he did that was unethical.
Well, the process that typically we did the first time.
No, not the
when
process we
Mr.
used to do. What did he do this time that
Yeah.
was unethical?
He didn't advertise for a bid and let the vendors send in a bid to us and then bring that back to the boards in order for them to choose the vendor
But
and be
where's the
transparent with the
unethical part?
public.
Where's the
What he-
unethical part?
What he did
Not the
do was,
procedure part, the unethical part. That's a
that's the
slanderous
part I'm
statement.
telling you that's unethical. He
But he
didn't
got
give a
bid.
fair process to the people that might want to bid on this process.
He did.
He
Put
handpicked
it out
them.
to bid.
He called Don's Lawn Care, met him in his office, and had a meeting with him.
Along
And
with-
then he
along with
went to another
4
vendor,
other
knocked
phone
on their
calls.
door personally to get them to solicit a bid. He didn't wait for them to bring the bids to him. And so if he didn't get enough bids, then usually you just go back out and you re-advertise, and you go back to the boards and you say, hey, we advertised, we didn't get enough bids, we're gonna go out and advertise again, we're gonna put it in the paper, we're gonna put it on the website. We didn't do that.
So, Mayor, what do you want to have happen here? What is
Well-
the ultimate goal of this?
Ultimately, I wanted it, ultimately,
That's
thank you,
what it
Mr.
is.
Easley.
That's what it is.
Ultimately, I wanted to go back to the Type B board, and I wanted them to give direction to Mr. Seitz on which vendor they wanted. If they chose the same vendor, I was fine with it. I have nothing against Don's Lawn Care. They've always serviced our city well. My question was, they didn't get to choose, and it wasn't done in front of a meeting, it wasn't done transparently. Now, Mr. Heinrich here, who's stepping up, he knows about the email that I sent. I actually sent a second email the day of their meeting, because I sent an email to the board. That's how it actually got on the agenda. It wasn't going to go on an agenda at all on the Type B board. So I implored all the members of the Type B board to put it on their agenda to be transparent, and they did. I didn't like the wording of it, because the wording of it implied that they were then going to solicit the bids, but the bids had already been solicited, the job had already been completed, the check had already been written, so it was kind of a redundant reason that they put it on there. But I wanted it done in the way that we'd been doing it, which, like I said, is transparent and, to me, ethical and fair. There might have been other people there that wanted to bid and they didn't get to, because they didn't know about it, because we advertised.
Did we have more than one bid? Gary Heinrich, 803 Greenbrier. I remember the 4B board talking about this, and I think there was a problem with timing because the grass was terrible over there. Weeds. Is that true? First time you did that? It looked horrendous. In fact, I even went over there with my own mower and did a bunch of mowing along the highway, trying to clean it up a little bit. I was embarrassed for my city, so I did that. But if we would have done it over from all the information we had, we would have chose Don's Lawn Service.
I figured you would, but I still wanted the process to be completed by you guys. I wanted you to do that and tell him that without him selecting it for you. That way, keeps his feet out of the fire. That way, he's not in trouble. If this contract turned out to be in excess of $50,000 and it was determined that it should follow some kind of a competitive bid process, he's done it wrong. He's violated state law. I was trying to save him from doing that and letting you guys make that call, letting the attorney be able to review everything before it
You
got to the
honestly
point.
think he's that stupid to break the law when he knows the law?
I'm
He-
sorry,
he
say-
ta- Do you honestly think that he would give a bid out that exceeds the state law?
Mr. Seitz has not had any previous experience in city government, so I think that there's a risk that we take
Yeah.
now when we hired him that he may not know, and he might preemptively
Gee
act
whiz.
without realizing it.
Can we move on to the next item?
No, we're not done, sir. I was going to go ahead and give you a copy of my second email that I
I
sent
don't
for
need it.
transparency.
Uh,
If you'll pass this to the other council.
I have a question for the mayor. Did you, when you reached out to the attorney, did he say that there was a violation?
Did he say, I'm sorry, what?
Did he confer with you that there was or was not a violation?
That's what we're here for tonight. I haven't talked to the attorney about it. All I know is that Mr. Seitz checked with him and said that what he did was legal, but in my mind, it still wasn't ethical and transparent, which is why it's on the agenda tonight. I want him to go over a contract with us, let us know, and give his legal opinion
So-
on whether we can move forward with it.
So my follow-up question is this a ploy to get the city manager, because we're about to go in executive session to talk about the city manager in a 6-month review?
Bingo.
A ploy to what?
Bingo, make
Come
the
on.
city manager look bad.
You're just
Stop
trying
it.
to make the
Stop it.
city manager look bad in front of the citizens right now.
No, I'm
And
just
all
telling
he
you
was
that I
doing was
disagreed with the
the
city
last
manager, how
trying
this
to
was
been
done
this
and
way.
why this was
Get
on
the
the
park,
agenda.
I was talking, excuse me. He was trying to get the park in order so that way we didn't look embarrassing as Mr. Gary Heinrich just mentioned.
I know. I may be aware of some information that maybe you're not aware of. The staff that we
please
hired to
share.
be our lawn tech, maintenance, and lawn person that was mowing was terminated in Thanksgiving of last year, November of 2024. And because they were terminated, we didn't re-advertise that position like we should have. We waited 5 months until the grass started growing, created a crisis, and then we tried to solve it by this way, an unethical, non-transparent way.
So that's about the time that Mr. Seitz took office, so he's trying to get his head wrapped around the whole job, and he lost sight of the mowing when the season's not growing. Let's give the guy a little grace.
Say that what now? I didn't understand that.
That's about the time we hired Mr. Seitz.
It is
So
about the
When
time.
he's trying to wrap his head around running the entire city, he lost sight of the grass not growing. So the grass isn't growing, so he's not worried about that. When it becomes an issue, he tackles that issue. You're just upset of the way he did it because he didn't involve you, because you have to be the center of attention. Okay? So
Okay,
give the
Mayor.
guy a little grace.
Okay, Mayor,
Give Mr. Seitz some grace. You could have done this in private. If you would attend,
do it in
then there's no
private.
reason to do it in public. There's no reason to drag this man through the mud
I did do it
over
in
something
private.
that he did in his good faith. This is ridiculous, and it's taking way too much
Okay.
time.
Mr. Foster, and then we need
You've
to move
used the
on.
term ethical several times in an accusatory tone, and I really feel like you need to apologize to Mr. Seitz publicly, because the definition of ethical is pertaining to or dealing with morals or the principles of morality pertaining to right and wrong in conduct.
I'm entitled to my opinion
Can
and
I-
and
What you
how we've done
speak,
things in the
The
past.
words you use are important as a mayor. As council members, they're also important. When you accuse someone of being unethical
Okay.
in a public situation like this, you're stepping on some pretty thin ice, Mayor. I think you better back it up or retract the statement and apologize publicly to Mr. Seitz.
In my opinion, I thought it was unethical.
But
the
you
way
didn't
this was
say, in my
passed.
opinion, you said 3 times previous,
No.
it's unethical, it's unethical.
You just asked me to back it up, and I just did.
Mayor,
Can I,
Yes, Mr.
can I
Whitwell?
defend myself?
Mayor, go ahead and then I'll speak.
Listen, I'm not going to go through all the steps in the process and the decision I did. You're right, I don't know municipal, but I did reach out and asked, what is the process? I continue to hear people in the city say, well, this is the way it was. And I continue to tell you, we are going to do things, the way the rules are written. And so I was given a green light. I was told that I'm allowed to do this. And I've been accused also of telling the attorney to tell me. I don't tell the attorney to tell me anything. The reason I reach out to an attorney is to make sure that I don't do something that oversteps a line. And if you really want to go back and see the whole story, you can go back to the 4B board and watch it. And the reason I included everything in the packet was because that was everything that was at the B board. I said I'm going to be transparent. And the facts is there were people that were at that board. There was 2 councilmen were at that board. And if all of a sudden there's all this information, someone goes, hey, what about this email? Now I'm creating extra work for our city secretary because people are going to be asking for open records. So if people don't want me to be transparent, too bad. And I'll end with this. At the end of the day, I did what I thought was in the best interest of the city, once again, and I wouldn't do anything differently.
Okay. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Whitwell.
I did request for this item to be on the agenda, and it was a long time ago. It's not like there's something against the city manager. April 2nd, I sent an email to the city manager once I became aware of the situation. And the reason was, I know the attorneys here can maybe agree with this. If you go the route of bidding, and there's a word out there, if you try to circumvent the bidding by breaking the bids into small amounts so you don't hit the 50,000, it's illegal. If somebody can prove that that's what you're working on. And most cities do that, but if you get caught, that's a liability. So the issue that I had was, I know the state requires that if you go through the route of bidding, you'll send the bid. There might be a 0 bid. Okay. You bring back the report to the council or the boards, and then they might decide to not go ahead with the bid process and all that stuff. But sometimes they might say, okay, now we have to change to something else. But I don't think this happened in this situation. What we are doing is, we are not saying that the city manager did something wrong. What we are trying to say is the way things were done, it was kind of like, if you look at it very well, you can see there's a problem. And that's what we are saying. And we are talking about it right now because we identified it as an issue. We have never done this way before. But also, the state law also says if there's no bid, you don't go personally to those people and try to tell them, can you after the bid is closed, you bring back the report to the board. They might decide not to continue with bidding process and maybe get another option. That's the normal process. It's under the state law. If you want me to send you the section, I can send it.
I'll defer to our attorney for
Yes.
advice.
Yes. Yes. So we did not follow that process. Nobody's against the city manager. We are just trying to say there are some things we are looking for each other. If something is not making sense to me, I'll ask a question. And that's what this meeting is for. We do it public. The public is watching. They can ask questions, and they are aware of how their city is progressing. Thank you.
Mr. Heinrich?
Do we have a contract with Don's Lawn Care now?
Well, that's my next part that I wanted to ask the Mr. Attorney while he's here, Mr. Messer, is we have a lawn service agreement, but we have multiples of them. So I'm a little confused about that because we've never done it this way before. We actually split his contract into 4 parts based on the 4 things that he's gonna mow. So we have one for City Hall, and we have one service agreement for the Carver Park. We have one service agreement for Heinrich Park, and yes, we're still calling it Heinrich Park.
Well, it's gonna be
And we,
something
I know you're contending that. And then we have another one for the welcome sign. So we actually have 4, and so that's gonna be one of my questions for the attorney, if we're doing that correctly, because we've never split it that way before. If it's one vendor, we just kind of lump it all together. And then there's a line on the contract that I am confused about that I would like the attorney to clarify for us, that I believe is the line that Mr. Bowersox added to the service agreement. And it's got at the top a beginning date and an ending date that imply that this is a 1-year contract. But then at the bottom, it's got agreement to continue until March 31, 2027, as long as no change to the monthly installment price or the City of Keene budget. And I'm kind of concerned about that line because it implies that we're trying to circumvent the bid process by making this contract less than 2 years. I don't know why we wouldn't just make it a 2-year, and if we make it a 2-year, the value of this contract is greater than $50,000, and to me, should have went out for a competitive bid process.
I have a suggestion for you,
Okay.
Ms. Mayor. Do you go visit the city manager weekly?
We do it right before a budget. We haven't visited as much in the last couple of months because our meetings got canceled.
I don't
No,
know
we
if
haven't
Monday
we haven't
mornings
done a
work for
weekly
you.
appointment. It's more like every 2 weeks.
But
And then we
every
text
week I
and
would
we
go in.
email and we contact each other, sometimes daily, outside
But
of that.
that's where the communication goes,
Yes, sir, I believe it
one-on-one,
is.
and you need to go into his office and have a little time, first of every week, to sit down and talk about the plans for the week, and he can inform you about things that maybe are back down here in the back pocket, and he didn't get them up. The next thing is, I would say you need to go ahead and get a contract, or get the contract fixed, or whatever it needs, and get it going, because Don's Lawn Care's done the best job for us over the years, and we've tried other things to save a few shekels
Yeah.
and ended up losing money. We strained at the gnat and swallowed the camel. And
He's
we
already
just-
mowing for us. Don's Lawn Care has
Yeah, we
already
need to get
started.
this
Prior to
fixed.
this, he had a verbal agreement and
Yeah.
he started already a while back.
Well, y'all need to get the contract fixed and get it behind you and never bring it up again.
Okay.
Because the people in the city of Keene and your council's probably getting tired of dragging it up. So just put it behind you and move
Okay.
on with it.
Thank you for your advice, sir.
I'm just glad you didn't hire this guy. Oh, wait a minute.
And you couldn't hire me 'cause they made it fix up where I couldn't do it.
All right, go
That's
ahead,
okay.
Mr. Johnson, and then we're going to let
I'm on the
the
council,
attorney talk.
when I was
in a
on
minute.
council, I'm glad. But we're not gonna blame this man for the park over, I'm not. I mean, he was new. This guy here knew all about this city. And I don't know if he said anything to him about it or not. But like I said, we can't blame him for stuff that he didn't know nothing about. I didn't vote for him. Council voted for him. But the thing I look at, I'm not going to give him the blame for doing something he didn't know about. Now, there's some things I give him the blame for, but that's one thing I'm not going to give him the blame for.
Yeah, some of this happened before he was here.
With Down Lawn Service, it ain't that I don't like this guy. I'll think a one-year contract with any place you go, what they give you. Call around and check. That's all they give you is a one-year deal.
I would also like to point out, contract is such a, it's not a, you know, the thing about this is if you read it, if for some reason we're not happy at any point, all I need to do is give this man a 30-day notice, and we can get out of it. The point of that last line in there is what we do in business, which is lock in cost. Because if we don't lock in cost, guess what happens every single year? And you're going to see it with our insurance, you're going to see it with everything else. But the thing I like about right now, as far as I'm concerned, we've fixed a problem with a man that loves our community. As far as I can tell, he does a heck of a job. I'm not looking at foot-tall weeds out my window anymore. And now I don't have to mess and waste time on something that, in my mind, doesn't need to be wasted on.
Go ahead.
I don't care to say a whole lot. Don Bowersox, and I live at 1708 High Mesa.
You want to state your name and address for Holly?
Just did. Don Bowersox, 1708 High Mesa. Okay. There's price and there's cost. I know based on just the conversation here tonight that you guys spent more money on trying to save money than you would have if you had paid me. And that is in the past, and we're going forward. But I'll tell you, you know, I lived in Keene as a child, and I've lived in Johnson County since 1983, and I still consider Keene as my home. And I take care of the park. I take all my customers, but I take care of the city property just like I'm a resident here. I care about it. I give you guys good and fair prices, and I try to go the extra mile. The bid process, I know you mentioned I was second lowest.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, and I saw the bids up on the screen, so that's fine. That's all well and good. But those bids were just for mowing, weeding, edging, and blowing. And my bid had everything in it that it consists of now. Some of you may not be aware of what's in the bid and what you get for what you're paying for, but you really get a lot. I do a package deal on everything, so I'll run through it. Yes, you get all the mowing, weeding, edging, blowing. You get the ditches weed-eated on a regular basis. They don't get weed-eated every service. They don't need it every service. You want some vegetation with some roots to help prevent erosion control, erosion. So, but it's well maintained. The ditch is well maintained. The terraces are maintained. The crepe myrtles get cut once a year. Low limbs get cut once a year. We spend one day a year out here in the wintertime, and we cut things. We do herbicides on the infields of the baseball fields, the dirt areas. We also prep those one time a year in the spring, and that's in the contract. In your parking lots, all that vegetation that grows on your parking bumpers, we spray that with Kill Out, as well as some selective areas in the back. There's 2 chain link fences between you and the state of Texas. There's a lot of stuff in there, and we spray that as well. We do fertilization on the athletic fields. There's 4 softball fields and 1 soccer field, football field combo, and we do fertilization on that twice a year, okay? As well as a broadleaf weed control to kind of keep the competition down. The fertilizations, what they do is they promote a good root system, and that also helps prevent erosion. In my absence, the grass has been poor, and you've had a lot of erosion or sediment matriculation right down into the infield. So the infields are going up, they're spilling over on the concrete. So you got some messes out there. The last time, by the way, I do write my contracts individually. The last time I was here, they were all written individually, not as one.
Okay.
And I'm still writing them that way.
That wasn't what I've seen in the past then, because I've asked for them when I was a council member, and they were written different, but,
Okay, well, I've always written them this way. If you have a separate contract for this property and a separate
Okay.
one for that one. Each property, each physical location I write a contract on. I don't bundle contract. It kind of gets confusing. My software program won't allow me to do that, so I don't have any way for data entry if I do that. So anyway, there are some things that you should know about because you have some liabilities over there. I'm sure you're aware that your trash cans are rusted. They mount and they've rusted. Some of them are completely off and some are broken. And so you got rusty metal out there. In some cases, the trash cans broke off and you got the metal mount just sticking up for people to get injured on. So you've got pea gravel in the playground, and you mentioned the position where he's gonna get trained on knowing those things. Well, the pea gravel is great on impact resistant. It rates high. It's one of the highest materials. But that's impact only. There's another kind of impact, injuries to eyes and other things like that. We haven't been edging the concrete because the pea gravel has been thrown everywhere. It's on every table pad, it's on all the sidewalks, it's out on the big sidewalks, it's on the porches, it's everywhere. And if you edge those sidewalks, those rocks start flying. And so you're gonna hurt people.
yeah, you're bringing up some items that I already brought up to the Type B board right after I won mayor the first term.
Right.
I went to the Type B board and told them about some of the repairs that need to be done at the park. I mentioned the pea gravel, it's all over the sidewalk. We have parents and mothers that like to walk around that sidewalk while their kids are playing, and they can't because they're walking on all that gravel. Kids throw it. Yeah, it's a hazard.
They
There were
throw
some-
it, they can put each other's eyes
Yeah.
out on it. Someone can,
Exactly.
someone that's older, they can roll on it and fall back and hit their head.
Mm-hmm.
All those things are potential lawsuits, and you can use mulches, certain inches deep. I got a little chart in here that tells us how deep to use it for playgrounds, and even though you have some decomposition, some loss due to rain, and you have to refresh each year, it's not 100% refresh. It's like 25 or 30%, and even though that's a small revolving cost, it's far cheaper than one claim. One claim will get you way more than a little bit of mulch. It's a lot safer for the kids. They don't tend to try and throw it around as much, those type of things. You have some erosion problems where the old volleyball fields are. You're very aware of that. We're doing our best to kind of weed them. You can't mow them. It's like a swamp. That sand needs to be removed from there and put something in with a clay base, like a select fill. And then you can put a small amount of surface soil over it. That can probably be done very minimally. You know, you guys have machinery, you got ways to just scoop that out of there. That sand doesn't have to be necessarily hauled off. It could be used as top dressing because you have a lot of erosion around tree roots and things like that where it could just be dispersed through the park and it wouldn't be a problem. You also have holes downfield of those volleyball courts that are causing literally underground canals for this water to travel in, and it's causing craters. My mower 2 weeks ago, they were out there mowing and bonk, fell it, the land just gave out from underneath the mower and we're sitting on the frame stuck. So you've got those things that need to be dealt with. So there's some things over here, but the cheapest way to take care of our property is get it good and keep it good. And the first time I took over this place, it was really, really bad, and I charged you guys a $5,000 cleanup fee. I didn't charge you that this time, even though I needed to, okay? I told our city manager, I said, look, if you give me 3 months, 2 to 3 months, I'll clean it up at no extra charge. But it's a mess out there, and it takes a lot of work. So there's still some of those items that I've already mentioned that we haven't got to yet, like doing the kill out on the parking lots. Because that kill out, it's a sterilant, and with it raining right now, if we put it down and then it rains, it could translocate it. If it translocates it, wherever it ends up, it's gonna be dead for the whole year. Okay, so that won't get done until summertime. okay? Because
How long have you been mowing for us, for the city? Do you know how many years you've been mowing for the city?
I probably mowed for Keene about 6 years. I've been mowing for the city of Hillsborough for about 10 or 12. I do a 57-acre cemetery there, an 8-acre cemetery. And they bring that contract up for bid every 2 years. And I get an automatic 3% increase every year on that one.
But on this one, you're asking for no increase? Is that what this wording is that's on the bottom here?
No,
Agreement to continue as long as no change to monthly installment price?
If,
You're asking for a 2-year?
what I do is I send out a renewal every year.
Okay.
And that renewal will indicate if I'm doing it for the same price or if I'm asking for an increase,
Okay.
okay? If whoever the client may be, they never send a renewal back, which, by the way, only about 50% people send renewals back, okay? Just about 50%. Clause 13 of my contract, you're referring to the typed-in part, but I'll refer to Clause 13, which is the last one. It says when we send a renewal out, if there's no response to that renewal, we'll continue to do service, to continue to send your bill. You keep paying us, and we continue on the same terms. You know, and both parties are in agreement, obviously, by doing the service and by receiving the payment. Yeah, if I have an increase, I will send you a new contract with
Okay.
increase. This isn't a 2-year contract. It's just saying that if
Well, it's
you
a
got-
1-year contract with what looks to be an auto-renew if we don't change the monthly installment price, which will turn it into a 2-year contract, because it's saying to go to 2027. This is 2025. That would make it a 2-year contract.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to do it that way, that's up to
Because that's what I'm reading.
I'll give you
it.
that
That's what I'm
option.
reading this line to
I'll give you
mean.
that option now, but I won't give you that option
That's
at
what I'm
renewal
looking
time.
at on here. And it also
Yeah,
said no
it's-
change to the city of Keene budget, which I'm not sure what that means, because I don't know how you would not change our budget, but, Mr. Foster?
Well, I think you're kind of reading something into it that's not there. What you're stretching for, I think, is something that exceeds $50,000, which is, in my mind, wrong, and I would almost go with unethical. But what Don is saying is, look, he's doing us a favor by saying he has goodwill. I'll let you continue at the same rate as it was this year, assuming that my gas doesn't go up twice and my labor doesn't go up, multiples of that. So, but maybe, so we keep this thing above board and you don't have any more stomach acid, what if we just cross that off? Take that completely out of this agreement, and that way we can all go home before 13 o'clock.
I think as long as we have the option to auto-renew it ourselves, where it's not done automatically, and it comes back before council for a decision, and the council votes, then yeah, it could be considered a 1-year contract, then it would be under the 50,000.
But you can't do that. You can't have it both ways, Mayor.
What do you mean?
You can't have it say, as long as everything stays the same, then we'll continue forward.
Yeah, I don't agree with that line. That's why I was confused about that, what that line is. Because it's a 2-year contract in my mind, because it's got that line saying that it's going to continue, which means it's going to auto-renew, which means it's a 2-year contract.
No,
That's not a 1-year
Because
contract.
it could go for 9 more months. It could go for a year and 9 months.
Which I don't have a problem if we wanted to make it a 2-year contract. My question is were we doing it in a transparent way and making that known to everybody that that's what we're doing? If we're doing it and it's legal and he tells me it's fine, doesn't violate state law, go for it. Then
let's
make your
defer
decision
to
and
the
approve
attorney
it.
right
So
now then.
I'm here to ask the attorney to give us his now take on it in a public forum so that we can make our decision.
All right, I'm not prepared to tell you, to give you an opinion on
Okay.
whether this violates procurement laws on the spot. I would just say, out of abundance of caution, it's probably like, if it hasn't already gone to the EDC board to be ratified, it should.
They brought it back to them for direction, and they gave direction for him to continue, but they actually didn't get to view the contract.
Okay, that's my
So the
point.
Type B board didn't view the contract at all.
That's my point, so that the EDC board
Should view the
should
contract.
ratify the contract.
Should ratify the contract.
Yes.
Okay. That's all
Whether
I'm
it's a
asking.
procurement issue, I mean, it might be a procurement issue, but I'm not gonna give you an opinion whether it's legal or illegal, and if I did, I'm gonna do it in executive session.
So our direction would be to tell Mr. Seitz to put this back on the Type B board, to have them ratify the contract, and then does he bring it back to us
No?
after that? No.
No, because, let me make sure I've got the facts straight.
Okay.
That this was an EDC project, is that right?
Well, it's being paid for by EDC and us. It's being split.
It's an EDC project. The council has approved the EDC budget,
That's correct.
so this is allowed under a budget for the EDC. A contract's being executed, so the EDC board should approve it.
Okay.
But only the parks are B board.
Yeah,
City Hall is
it's
not.
split.
City Hall,
Okay, I understand.
general
So
fund.
then that goes to the council.
Okay. And he split it up like that.
Yeah.
Okay, then the part that is for the city should go to the council for ratification. Part that goes to the
Okay.
park should go to the EDC board for
Okay,
ratification.
to approve the contract. So it needs to go back to both of us.
So,
Yes.
so then we still haven't addressed the issue about the next year. Should he scratch that?
Well, this contract is not clear that that's the term of this contract. It's ambiguous. You could argue it both, two ways.
Sure.
So I could argue it's a one-year contract, I could argue it's a two-year contract, and that would actually be, if there's a breach of contract case for a court to decide. So it's not plain and unambiguous, is my point.
I'll make it plain for you.
Yeah, and that's great.
Would you like me to make it easy for you?
And-
Okay, this is the same price I bid 2 years ago when you asked for renewal. This is the same price, hasn't been increased. At renewal, I'm gonna raise it 3%. So that would void that line right there. I'm gonna raise it
Understand.
3% at renewal.
So you're making it a
Which
one-year,
is
Just make it a
making a
one-year
one-year
contract.
contract.
So that makes this a one-year
Okay.
contract. Does that make it simple? Yeah.
Well, your statement does.
Yeah.
And they're basically saying that that's what it is.
I have a question.
I don't know, that's in the best interest of the city, but that makes it clear.
Yeah, well,
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Easley?
This may be for him or the mayor, both. If the contract for the mowing of the city hall is different from the contract of the mowing of the city park, do you combine those two to get that $50,000 mark, or are those two separate individual contracts that have to reach 50,000?
That's a matter of interpretation.
Okay.
I mean, you could,
You see my point?
oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Because you could get,
I
get
know.
one lawn company here and another lawn company there, but since
could.
it's the same,
For sure you could.
do you combine it since it's one company, or is it
Sure you
individual because it's two different entities?
Yeah, for sure you could.
But we already got it for him to do the city. The city here. I don't know why we just don't leave him and not mess with it this year. We know what's going on, so we just need to keep it like it is. And go over there. I got a lawn service business. I'm not gonna rag him out. But I'm just saying, that's what I'd do if I was council. But if I was him, I would argue about it.
Thank you, Rick.
And another thing I think, and he might not like it, but I think we need to do it back on Fridays for our park to look good all weekend to the next. I don't know when that stopped, but that's always happened. Even this other guy would mow it on Friday. That was the deal. That's what we need to keep on Friday, I believe. But, that's council and other people decide that, but it looks better on the weekend than to come in Sunday, Tuesday, during the week. But that's my opinion.
Do you have a particular schedule on which you mow, Mr. Bowersox, for your crew? I mean, we've had a lot of rain lately, so I kind of understand that if we did make it every Friday, but rain interfered with that, then you got to mow it on a Sunday, or you got to mow it on another day. I get
I won't
that.
do it on Friday.
I get that. You won't do it on a Friday at all.
No,
Did you used to do it on a Friday?
no. I
You've
used
never
to do
done it on Friday?
I've always done it on Monday.
Always done on Monday?
Always done it on Monday.
Okay.
If we get rain, I've got Tuesday.
And then you do
Still
Tuesday.
raining, I've got Wednesday.
Okay,
So, yeah.
okay, that clears that up then.
I have a few questions, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Regarding this contract,
Yes, sir.
of course, on Friday will be, I know you are saying you're not going to
I've
go on
had
Friday.
Friday sold out for 20 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've
So,
been doing this for 38 years.
yes.
Yeah.
And now, I do talk to some of the citizens, especially who use Elisa Cover Park.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one concern, I don't know if you are aware of it since you have worked for us in the past. We call them stickers.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this comes every year. And they will ask me, you have noticed the pet lovers, the animal owners, they don't come to the park anymore nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked them, why can't you come? The park is, nice. And they are saying, because we are not fixing the issue of the stickers. And they did tell me, since we hired the technician that was mowing that park, that problem started going away, a little bit away. The stickers start kind of becoming a less issue.
Tell me why.
So I'm asking, now my question is, are you going to make sure that we take care of the animal owners who normally bring dogs or pets at the park, who wants to walk and improve their quality of life?
Okay. Stickers don't go away on their own, okay? No matter how you mow, even if you use a bagger, stickers don't go away on their own. Those stickers didn't go anywhere. Where you predominantly have stickers in the park, it's on the back side of the sidewalk, there where the soccer field is. All that there is solid stickers all the way back to the creek, all the way back to the chain link fence. And even though that's not included in the contract, in years past, I've sprayed it. It turns it brown when I spray it because it's a selective herbicide, and almost all that grass back there is sticker grass. So when I spray it and the sticker grass dies, of course, it looks like it's brown until something takes its place. And I've done that in the past, and I didn't charge anything extra for it, didn't ask for anything extra. But that's where, I'm a licensed applicator. I've been licensed over 30 years. And so I know herbicides and weed control and fertilization, and I'm an arborist, and I do tree injections and so forth and so on. But I can tell you, with my ongoing education, if there was a way to get rid of stickers simply by mowing, I'd know about it by now. But it doesn't exist. Okay, so someone may make that claim, but it's just an unfounded claim. It's just not true. It's simply not true.
No.
And as far as your stickers are concerned, you know, I could treat the whole park, the entire park for stickers if you'd like, but there is an associated cost with that. You have a big park, and so if you want me to treat it all, I'd be glad to, because I'm not opposed to doing those things. Right now, my contract, back then and now, it only includes the athletic fields, and that's it. And as I already stated, this contract is 2 years old. Does anybody know any prices that are the same today that they were 2 years ago? No, you don't, okay? So I'm not going to add on any additional services at my expense. Okay, I'd be glad to do it, but it'll have an associated cost that goes along with it.
Which means the cost will go more than 50,000.
No.
Okay.
No, the herbicides don't cost that much.
No, per
We
year.
might think that they're expensive, but they're not really that expensive. They're pretty affordable. That one area where you have the stickers predominantly, to treat that area, you're talking about $200.
Okay.
$200, and you need 2 applications 30 days apart. So you're talking about $400 for that one little spot. But if someone says, oh, well, there's a sticker over on the other corner of the park, and you want to just do the whole park, well, then it certainly wouldn't be $200 times 2. It would be probably $2,500 times 2.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. And another thing is, I know in the past, and I get this almost every year too, there's a problem on this side, Presidential and all of Etsy, by the power station on this side of town. The entrance of Presidential, the citizens there, have been complaining for years about that area being neglected. Does that cover also that, or that's a separate?
Well, and I'm actually glad you asked, because we're actually starting to step outside of what we're supposed to be talking about.
It's mowing.
Ms. Hawley is no longer taking notes because she can only take notes on things that we're supposed to be discussing.
No, it's about mowing. It's
He's
grass.
asking if he's
It's
supposed to
not
mow
a-
that.
but
No,
this
he wouldn't
is-
be mowing that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need to be talking about the
Yeah,
agreement
he wouldn't be
that's
mowing
here,
that.
not about we can talk about that another time.
I'm asking if, I'm not saying that, I'm not aware of the scope of what is able to cover and not cover. Because they are different.
It's not Don's Lawn Services problem out there.
So that's a different one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're going in the weeds.
And then what about the Keene sign, the front entrance?
Doing that.
So you're doing that?
Those are chemical applications only. Chemical applications,
Okay.
It's in the contract.
yeah.
So you're going to cover that?
We've already done one, and we'll do
Okay.
another.
Are you mowing up there too, around the welcome sign?
No, those are chemical
You're only doing
applications
chemical,
only.
you're not mowing?
Yeah,
Okay,
those are chemical applications only.
Page 207.
think
I was told that the city's gonna take care of the maintenance.
That's the $75 a month is
Yeah,
just, okay.
exactly.
Well,
All right.
That's just for the weeds
to
that are coming up in that area? Okay.
The mower that we have, it still does get used, I promise. But when you see his crew out here, there's more than one mower going, so.
A lot of people think weed control, you get Roundup and you spray Roundup. Well, that's a non-selective herbicide that basically kills everything. But when you're dealing with flower beds and other shrubs and plants, you really need to have a knowledge of herbicides and know what to use. In flower beds, typically we'll use 2 or 3 different chemicals. There's selective herbicides for grasses, broadleafs, nut grasses, nut sedges, and other things. So when you're doing that, the guy has to know what he's doing, and he has to apply different chemicals, because you don't want to just go in there with a non-selective herbicide and just spray everything. Next thing you know, all your crepe myrtles down there are starting to die. You don't want that.
I would like to make the suggestion that all that stuff you just told us about the park that needs to be done, like around the volleyballs and those holes that are affecting your mowers, that you maybe keep a little list of that and present that to the Type B board, or send it into the city manager and let him give it to the Type B board. I'd like them to be aware of it from another perspective. I've told them about the trash cans and some of that stuff, but I wouldn't be aware of holes on the volleyball court that we're not using anymore. But yeah, if you could kind of chart that, I'd appreciate it. And you send Mr. Seitz a list of that and have him give it to the Type B board for them to look at for their next budget. Maybe they can make some of those repairs.
Okay.
And speaking of budget, it looks like you just cost us 3% on our budget for next year for Don's Lawn Service, Mayor.
I was fixing to say, that sounded like an approval to me.
You're funny, Mr. Foster. All right.
And then the last, Mayor, the last thing, suggestion, I don't know if you have done that in the past. I know we have the trash company. They normally come here whenever the cost goes up, and they will tell us your cost is going to go up for the sake of the public, because they are going to have to pay one way or the other. So when your cost of business is going up, instead of sending the contract in, of course, I know the city manager deals with so many contracts around. Is it possible to send your representative so that the council and the public is aware that the cost of your business is going up, so we are going to pay 3% more than last year, so that everybody's on the same page? Is it possible, or you just send a contract in and say, my cost is going up?
If you want me to come before the council, I'll be glad to, but just standard operating procedure, we just send out the renewals.
Oh, okay.
So, if we send you a renewal and you'd like to see my face, I can be here, So, I'm here to serve you, but I'm very busy.
It's an opportunity. Now you have known about the stickers because you are here today. So it helps your customer, the needs, and helps you do business better. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you, Mr. Bowersox. We appreciate you coming. You really do a great job at the park. I have no complaints.
It's going
over any of your
it's
crews
going to
and-
get better.
Yeah, and what they're
It's going
doing.
to
And
get
once this rain stops, you'll do an even better job, because it'll be able to keep up with it easier.
It looks really good right now.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of things that most people don't see.
Yeah, I'm
we're-
sure.
we're
I'm
gonna
sure you
take care
do.
of all those.
I don't walk the whole park, so yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
All right, so our consensus is to give this Mr. Seitz to get a new contract and then present it to the Type B board and then bring it back to the city council for approval. All right, ready to move on? Agenda item number 7I.
Mayor,
Wait, before you.
you got a consensus, where'd the
We
consensus come
talked
from?
about it. I got one while you were discussing it. You all said that.
You never asked any
You want me to go
individual.
through it again? You're gonna change it? You don't wanna give me consensus?
You don't, you're giving
The
you're giving a false
The
negative.
attorney told us what needed to happen, so I
I'll get
assumed
it.
you were gonna follow the attorney's advice.
get it ratified.
Because that's what it sounded like you were doing.
I'm learning, that's a whole new word for me tonight. I'll get it ratified, and we'll put it on the consent agenda.
So you
As long
wanna
as
go
it's
against
not
what the,
unethical.
you wanna go against what the attorney said then and not take it back to Type B for approval?
I didn't say that, but you just didn't get a consensus. You just said, you just
When
shoot
we were
from the hip
talking,
again.
I saw y'all nodding. That's a consensus when I see everybody
No,
nodding.
I was just done eating grass at that point. We've been eating grass for a good half hour.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give him the consensus now unless I don't have it, unless I have enough of you that wanna take it back.
You three?
Okay, agenda item number 7I. Review,
Freudian slip
discuss, and
there.
give direction to... We ready to continue? Agenda 7I, review, discuss, and give direction to staff for updating or repealing the adopted City of Keene City Council Rules of Order and Procedure. All right, at the December 5, 2024 regular council meeting, a motion was made to table discussion of this item for 120 days. The motion carried. This item is now back before council for discussion. That 120 days has expired. In your packet, you have the rules of order as adopted the first time. There's also a couple of pages of rules of order that are given to us by Mr. Messer, the city attorney, for comparison. And you also have a packet in front of you because Mr. Foster loved my PowerPoint presentation the first time that I did it, and a couple items changed because they did get clarified when the charter got changed, so some of it's not valid, but I didn't row in and redo it, but he wanted to see my 50 pages again that I did because I spent a lot of time on it, so there it is. So these are some of my complaints, comparing these rules and showing all the different areas of concern that I have. So I think for the only discussion that we have for this one is to whether take the rules that we have and update them or take them and repeal them is the two discussions that we're giving direction to staff for doing at this point. And then if we want to bring this back later, if we decide to repeal them, we can come back later and actually start from scratch and just create some rules at a later date.
Okay, may I have a question here?
Okay?
I know the previous item that we did, a table was specifically, had a specific verbiage. There was it approved, amend, or something like that? There was some verbiage there. So it was an action item. But this one is kind of trying to start from scratch again, where we were a few years ago, is trying to nitpick and choose and move things and argue all day. So, yeah, and that's my problem. I thought we were supposed to bring that item back, either agree with this, agree with the item, the way it was tabled, or disagree with it, and then come up with another agenda item
I don't know.
to start from scratch.
Is this the way that it was written the first time? That when we tabled it, it was written exactly this way on the agenda, so we just brought it back with that same wording?
Yes, Mayor, I just copied and used the same.
Just copied it, and, okay, so that's why it's got this wording. So we took this wording, and from there, we repealed it for 120 days. So we can just make a motion to do that again, or repeal it indefinitely, and then we can come back later if we want to start over and create new rules. Or we can make a motion to update what we have, the 19 pages, and make changes to it, and then bring that back for approval at a later date, one or the other.
Well, we can also just adopt what we have.
Do what?
We
Yeah.
can just adopt what we already have.
Yes, or you can, yeah, or you can reinstate what we have,
I'd like to
exactly.
make a motion that we just reinstate, Mr. Attorney's gonna,
Okay, wait a second. So reinstatement's not necessary. These are rules that council has adopted, so they are in place. They were abated basically for 180 days, suspended, but that suspension automatically terminated, so these are in effect today.
These are in effect
Nothing needs
now.
nothing needs to happen if you want them to continue as is. If you want to change them, then we can do that. If you want to repeal them, do that, but
Okay, so you can change them.
they are in effect as we sit here today.
Okay, so the rules are in effect. We just need to decide if we, as a council, if we want to update them or just repeal them.
Okay, Mayor? Yes, I know this item was, I think, might be wrong, but it was on the same kind of, had the same verbiage with the previous item that we did actually repeal. And this one, the reason why it was not repealed was Troy Smith said, okay, let's just see if we work very nicely, no problems, then we can move on. So I'll recommend us to repeal it, and then we can come back and look at the attorney's recommendation and build from there. Because if we start going through these 50 pages and the 19 pages, I don't know, maybe you have enough time to go through. We did it for almost 2 weeks, even though we rushed it.
Yeah.
That was, oh, sorry.
At what cost do we revise and revise and revise this? Now we're starting to waste the taxpayers' money because he's going to charge us to do this. That's a lot of money. I don't think it's wise to spend this money. We got a set of rules. We just live by them.
Okay, this is the thing. I mean, Mayor Gary Hendrick was here. He was, the same attorney brought these items before him. He wanted to implement them. He was against it. From the beginning, we have told you it wasn't necessary. At what cost? Ask the ones who pushed to put them in place. So, and we have been running very good meetings.
Again,
and-
we've spent the money. We're not living in the past, we're living in the future. Today, we haven't spent that money. If we have a set of rules, leave them in place. We're not gonna spend any more money on it. We don't need to waste money
Okay.
on stuff that doesn't help the citizens.
The way it was passed, the intention of those rules, there were some issues. There are some 50 pages here that were supposed to be looked into. They were stopped by Councilman Rob Foster. He cut off, he said,
Then
no one to
then
hear
let the
anything.
person with these issues pay for that instead of the taxpayers of the citizens of Keene.
If you'll remember,
So-
the people voted that we adopt these rules as a council. So I think you're snubbing your nose at the citizens of Keene. If you're comfortable with that, sir, then carry on. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy living within the rules and have no problem living with them from the get-go.
So
I don't think-
what I can say is, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. You're saying you're okay with it. But I was in the same council. We brought up some issues with that. This document, 19 pages.
Yeah.
There are a lot of issues
There
here.
was a lot of yellow cards that
lot
I have to
of-
call for when I do this. I
And-
have to make a lot of extra motions.
How much money is that gonna cost the citizens
Yeah.
of Keene? How much money?
Okay, let me ask, how much money has it cost the city of Keene since we passed these rules? Zero. It wasn't necessary. It was brought up to do a certain kind of thing that was.
I must have misunderstood, because you said, how much does it cost the city since we
I'm-
posted these rules? You said nothing.
I'm just saying we suspended them for
Oh,
a reason.
suspend. Okay, you said posted, I'm sorry.
Council, I'd
Sus-
like to see us repeal these and then come back at a later time and maybe create some rules or adopt the ones that Mr. Messer has presented, which seem a lot simpler and more understandable. This is a lot of rules to sit here and reread and restudy and memorize again, because I believe I did this for a couple of meetings, and it frustrated my fellow council members, because I had to ask for a lot of yellow cards. I had to sit and do a lot of timing of people as far as how long they could speak, and it seemed to inhibit speech when what we were doing it, and we were getting a lot of citizen complaints about it.
Well, then maybe you and your counterpart should have been at the meetings where these rules were put together, and then it wouldn't have costed more than just $10 apiece, rather than spend X number of dollars per hour for my good friend over here, Mr. Attorney.
I think that we seem to be doing fine right now without the rules in place and having an attorney sit here and
So
answer
let's
our
just leave it
questions.
the way it
And
is.
we're all
It's
getting to talk.
expired. It's
Everybody's
expired.
being heard.
The rules are there. If someone steps out of line,
It's
we know
not
how to
causing any
correct it.
problem.
The rules have already been in place, so yes, we have been doing fine. They're already in effect.
What rule, did you give us some rules?
If you look at the
Okay.
back, there's a front and back page.
Oh, one page, okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
those are
yes.
just guidelines that we give to citizens.
Gotcha.
I think the premise of rules and order, you know, if you try to look up Robert's Rules of Order, actually, there's an example. If you go into Holly's, she's got it right there. It's a big, thick book.
Nice.
Nobody's going to open that and go, I need to call this item up for grabs because this is necessary to make my point. There's a select few things that have been combined into a document, some of which still aren't in there that I would like to see in there, but we already adopted Robert's Rules of Order, so then this is just a supplement, so that way we can say, point of order, you know, we can call a point of order. There's a thing in here for that. And it's really just a small guideline. It was in the back of everybody's packet when they first started getting them in November, when I started getting them when we first got into council, you know, us new guys, right? These guys probably had them every time. But it's a document designed to be more proficient and be more eloquent in what we're doing up here. I don't think this has anything to do with trying to thwart or cause more confusion in the mayor duties or any of that nature. So,
Holly, I have a question for you. I asked you recently who submitted a request, and I asked for copies of everybody that called in that caused our quorum of meetings to be canceled for May and June. And for May, you sent me somebody's email. Whose did you send me? You only sent me one. I asked for all the communication that you had, written or otherwise, that a council member had given to you that said they were not going to be able to attend our meetings for May and June.
I had emails from Mr. Foster and then, actually for both meetings, which I did not.
now see, I would call point of order right now because that has nothing to do with
It
what we're
does.
discussing right now.
Because rule number 21B, that's going to be in this that you're is reinstating, you guys have already violated it because it says, in the event that members of the city council notify the city manager in writing or by email that they will be unable to attend the regularly scheduled meeting and a quorum of the city council will not be present for the meeting, the city manager may cancel the meeting. And I've already asked her for documentation as to who sent her in any kind of written communication that they were not going to be present for the May and the June meeting, and she gave me back Foster's. So that means that a
what was
couple of
the-
you didn't give a written request. You
What-
would have been in violation of this rule that's in here that you
What-
want to, that you
what-
say is reinstated now.
What was the
It's
article?
the second page of look at my packet.
Okay, I'm looking at what's in the. I'm
Flip
not
it to the
looking-
first page, and it's 2.1B.
2.1B, local during.
And look where it's
location
highlighted in
during-
yellow.
That's location during local emergency.
I'm just saying that according to the rule
No,
that
you're-
you
but
want.
you're
that
looking
you-
at yours. You're
that
looking at-
Mr. Messer is
ma'am,
saying is
point of order,
restated,
ma'am.
you didn't follow already, if it was
Ma'am.
already instated.
Look at this document. Where is it in this document? Not yours, but this document.
In Mr. Messer's?
Well,
We're
this
not
one here
discussing
says
Mr.
city
Messer's,
team
we're only
procedures.
looking at reinstating this one or
Mr.
repealing
Messer's
this
is 2
one.
pages. This one is
We're
like
not looking at
6.
adopting his.
Is this one yours?
We're looking at the one that he
Is this
says is already in place because the
still a point
repeal
of
is
order.
over.
This is ours. Where's it in this one?
That's Mr. Messer's?
No.
Which
His
one
is
is
2
that?
pages. This one's like 6 or 8. Starting at 213, page 213. Where is it in this document?
Okay.
Because 2.1 is not.
2.1, let's see.
Look, I like to agree with our city manager.
Some of mine
Let's,
have changed
let's, wait,
because
I'm
it's been
speaking.
redone a little
I'm
bit.
speaking. Miss Mayor,
I
I'm
was
speaking.
finishing my conversation with Mr. Easley. I haven't given you the floor. So
You're
I didn't-
right.
I actually didn't
Use
give you
me.
the floor. So it's under C. So look under 2.1C, Mr. Easley, and then look at the last sentence under C. In the event that members of the city council notify the city manager in writing or by email that they will be unable to attend the regularly scheduled meeting. So that's going to be a new rule that we should be following then if we want to instate these rules. You've got to always do it in written form. You can't call. And then you've got to give it to the city manager, not to Miss Russell. And then the city manager is going to be canceling the meeting.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Foster, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a city manager who's like, look, what's in the past is in the past. Let's move forward. It's a new day. We're doing good. Let's don't keep nitpicking our council members. Otherwise, you're not going to have a council.
That's why I'm asking to just repeal these permanently, because we
Well,
don't need them. They're
well, why
redundant
don't-
and they cause a lot of extra requirements and restrictions on us.
Listen to your public, Mayor.
I haven't,
We are Americans, and what we did mattered. If you two wanted to participate, you should have participated instead of hanging out in his house. We the people have spoken and we have voted. This is the United States of America, not a Lisa Parish. We may not like said charter, but you have the right to.
okay, Ms. Sloan, if you'd like to speak, come up to the podium, please, and stop yelling from your chair.
Jen Slayton, 200 Pine Street. We served on that committee. I know you weren't the lawyer during this, but we served, spent our time on this committee, our time. Not only that, sir, what you need to know is her and her people harassed us publicly and at our homes because we served. But we put our time, our energy, and our love of our city, I've been here since 2012, to make this charter happen. She hung out with him the whole time and complained on social media 24/7 about it, them two. That's unprofessional. We spent our time, our love, our energy to make this charter a thing. And the fact that we, the people, voted for it at the election fairly and spoke quite loudly in regards to said charter should speak volumes as to when she wants to repeal it because she's feeling all kinds of butthurt right now about it. She had the right, just like you, to serve on said committee. She did it because she stomped her feet and said, no, I don't like these people. You may not like the language I speak, but it's 100% the truth. And unlike her, I can back my truck up. Actions speak loudest. You may not like me, but actions speak the loudest with these two. This man came over to our home and literally said on film about how often we were lied to. She tried to send police chief to steal property that was mine. So you need to put this needs to stop. Many citizens, since I've been streaming this thing for years, have spoken quite loudly to me and our other people that we know about what a circus show this has been since she's become mayor. And the retaliation, if you speak out against her, hello, ugly page, has been fierce. There's many police reports in regards to this. We've been stalked by her roommate. I had to install extra cameras at my home and my vehicles. Enough is enough. I don't care. Y'all can be whatever, but I've got nothing but the truth, and I'm sick of this. Please, we the people have spoken, and I think that if nothing else, that needs to be respected. And if we don't like it, hey, it's America. Next election, let's go ahead and we the people speak and with our voices again and vote if we don't like these changes, or let's be actual participants in the commission and make the change we want to see. This right here is just insane.
Excuse me, I have a question for you. How were the committees formed, and what kind of a time period did you take to form the committees?
They were continually posted, as like I said, we're here videoing every meeting, spoken about, hey, join the commission, go, make a change, blah, blah, blah. It's been, what, well over, was it 10 years since it was changed? So it was time for an update, a freshie.
What
so it
type
was
of time frame?
advertised many, many times in many venues to participate.
What type of time frame, from beginning to end, was this done in?
Ample.
It started in February, asking for people to be volunteer.
Yeah.
Then the meeting started in April and ended in early May, so like 5 weeks of meetings.
Council, just
Very doable.
Council, Mayor,
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to cut you. There's confusion here. We are talking about two things. The citizen is talking about the city charter. Nobody's talking about the city charter here. The citizens do not have a say in these rules and procedures. This is a council decision. So what you're talking about is the city charter. Nobody's talking about the charter here. We are talking about a document that the council decided to create, and that's what we are talking about right now. The citizen voted for the city charter. Nobody's touching the charter. So we are talking about two different things here. If I'm confused, clear that. But we are talking about the City of Keene Council Rules of Order and Procedures. This one was done by the council. And we have the power to say, let's repeal it, the city attorney has some recommendation here with a document that has common sense and is reasonable, and then we can move from there. So the discussion here was, we were supposed to repeal this item here.
No,
We-
don't say
Councilman
that.
No.
Troy Smith say, let's table it for 90 days and see if things will work well. We have been doing just fine. So, Mayor, I don't know the city attorney. I'll recommend us repealing it instead of kicking it down the line. And then we can look at that one page and see what we can add.
No, there's no.
Thank you.
I'd like to, can I say something, Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So, since you mentioned that we were in violation for not doing something, I'd like to remind you of something that's in here that you are violating.
Okay.
So, in section 4.3, it says the duties of the presiding officer. In the second paragraph, it says the mayor or mayor pro tem, whoever is presiding, shall preside with fairness and impartiality. And I will tell you right now, you have not been impartial
In fact-
ever.
Yes, in fact, it's very visible
So
to those
don't-
watching. that
So be careful what you say when you try to defame others.
All
It's
right,
not-
Ms.
it's not
Layton,
really
your time
cool.
is up. If you'll please take a seat. All right, at this time, we're just supposed to be giving, it says giving direction to staff, so I just need a consensus on repealing it or a consensus for updating it. Because
say
we've
we-
already, as
I say
Mr.
we leave
Messer
it alone.
said, it's already instated, so it's already there, only if you want to make changes to it or if we want to repeal it. So Foster, you want to leave it as presented? Do you want to do any updates to it? Leave it. Mr. Smith?
Leave it.
Mr. Easley?
Leave it alone.
All right, and Mr. Gutwa, you said you wanted to repeal it?
Yes, we need to repeal this and then
Yeah.
look at what the city attorney has.
And look at the city attorney's
Yes,
pages
it's a
they've
simple
got, because
page.
it's a very simple.
Yes, and,
All right,
it's
Mr.
up to.
Chapman,
I would like to update it.
like to update it? All right, and Mr. Shaw,
Attorneys,
you'd like to do what?
review the attorneys.
Review the attorneys? Okay. So I think that we've gotten a consensus that we want to make some changes to it.
3 people just said to leave it.
You want to leave it as
3.
is?
2 people said repeal it, 1 said update. 3 is the consensus.
Okay, do you 3 want to leave it as is, any of you, and agree with them, or do you 3 want to repeal it?
Yeah, here you are
I'm
doing the
unclear on
fair.
what they want to
No,
update,
it's in
because-
effect right now, Mayor. You're doing the exact same thing I just
Mayor.
accused you of.
Mayor,
Mr. Gutwa?
I know,
think it's confusion
one of
on
the
what
council
we're-
members is saying he likes to look at the attorneys, and that's what we are
He wants
saying.
to review the attorneys.
Yes, what we are saying is, there's a document here that we might consider. For this one, we can scrap it and then bring the attorneys and look at it. They are 2 different things.
So while he's reviewing the attorneys,
So, Mr. Shaw, you would like to repeal this one and then come back and discuss the
Don't
attorneys?
put words in his mouth.
I'm just asking him to clarify his position.
Putting words in his
'Cause
mouth.
that's what we're deciding, if we're
ask
going
him what he wants to do. That's all you can do,
to,
Mayor.
asking him what he wants to do.
You're leading the witness.
Are y'all through? What I'm saying is, I don't want to see anything go into effect until we can read these more and make sure that these are what we want. So you can call it repealing it, you can call it avoiding it,
Okay.
you can call it throwing it in the damn trash, I don't care. I'm just saying, I'd like to review the attorney's measures that he has put in here for us to read. So you can call it repealing it, whatever you want.
Okay, the one that we have now, they're saying is in place now. Do you want to repeal the one that's in place while you're reviewing it, or leave it in place?
No, we
That's
do
the
not need to
question.
leave the one in place now. We need to just.
Leave it in
read
place now? Okay, I need
Ma'am.
everybody to stay quiet in the room so that I can have a conversation with my council members, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm sorry, Ms. Slayton, I just asked you to please be quiet so that I can hear my fellow council members, so that I can get a consensus, so that we can complete this agenda item. All right, Mr. Shaw, continue.
I'm saying, I guess you could say I would like to repeal it, but I would also like to have a chance to look at the.
Okay, so ask for a future item to
for a
discuss
future
the
item.
attorneys.
Leave things they
Okay.
are sitting right now until we can review it further.
Okay, so Goodwill wants to repeal it, and you would like to repeal it, but you want a future item to look at the attorneys.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chapman, can you
I
replay?
still want to update it,
You want to update it?
yeah.
But do you want to repeal the one that's here now?
You gave me the choice, 3 choices, right?
We have the choice of, it's already instated, so the one that we repealed for 120 days is back in effect according to the city attorney. So it's already there, the 19 pages of rules that's in our packet. It's back in effect, the one that we all repealed. And so now, do we want to repeal it again so that we can come back at a future time and look at the attorney's recommendations? Or this one that's here, we could make changes to it, but we have 3 council that are wanting to just leave it as is. They don't want to make any changes to it. They just want to reinstate it.
It's already instated.
So reinstate it or repeal it so that you can look at another choice later. Or have no rules at all, whatever.
Mayor, maybe I can ask, have you read the 19 pages of the rules and procedure?
I am not thoroughly versed on it. That's
Oh, okay.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, okay. It has some things there that, the way it was passed, this one wasn't
You
incorporated.
know what I don't like about it? People manipulated this stuff to get her out of office, okay? That's what I don't like about it.
Didn't work.
So I'm telling you, well, it didn't work, but you're still trying, guys.
No, I'm not trying.
Okay? So when you're trying that kind of stuff, it makes me angry that I have to sit here and look at the same thing happening that happened before when I was in there, just watching it. So I don't like being placed in that. I would like to update it after I look at it and handle it that way. I don't want to just go one way or the other. Yes, sir.
So we leave it in place. You're asking for it to be updated. There's a agenda item right there. He wants to look at it to be
That's
updated.
what I want.
Mayor.
That's it.
I
We're wasting
mean,
time.
Not
Hands on
wasting
the
time.
clock.
Can we go to the next agenda?
What is going on here? We are saying the current one has some things that you're talking about. And you can still update, we can still have the new one for the city attorney, but this one we have to start from scratch, which is a 1 page versus 19 pages that once we start following it, you'll see it. People will be coming here complaining, and the attorney has to go and review things like that. There are some things in there that last time the council did not want to look into it. And that's what I was recommending, to repeal it. We have been doing just fine without it. And then we can bring the city attorney's item, look at it, and see what you like, what you don't like. It's like 1 page, simple to understand.
That's it. I want to look at the attorneys.
Yes. So I'll recommend to repeal it, as I said, and then come back, look at the city attorney's recommendation as a separate item agenda, and then go from there.
Mayor? Chuck has something to say.
Go ahead, Mr. Easley.
So there's no action to be taken on this tonight. You guys want to talk about it, put it on the agenda. Let's go to the next issue.
So let's set a specific time to talk about it then, to get this over with.
The next time it fits into the agenda.
We can put it on the next agenda on July 3rd.
So July 3rd?
July 3rd.
Let's do that.
And that would give us another month. Okay, the consensus is we're going to leave it as is until July 3rd and then discuss updating or adopting a new one.
Mayor Heinrich.
Mr. Heinrich?
Little footnote to that, July
Okay.
would be very appropriate, fireworks would be kicked off.
Oh.
It looks like the fireworks already started before July.
Well, but some of us may be out of town. Is someone not going to be here on July 3rd?
We have a meeting on July 3rd.
That's what I'm asking. Is someone not going to be here on July 3rd?
I didn't,
Oh,
I haven't put anything in writing yet.
There's a really good chance I'll be out of town.
oh. I'm going to be in Michigan July 3rd.
Oh, good.
Okay, I vote repeal.
all right,
So can we go back to 2 meetings a month?
okay. That means we have 3 to vote repeal and 3 to vote say the same. I'm going to tie break and say the consensus is to repeal.
No,
So we're
that's not-
repealing
that's-
this.
that is, no.
Yeah.
You already moved
This
to
is
the
not
next
something you get to
agenda.
vote on. This is give
I
direction to
haven't moved on
staff.
to the next agenda item yet. He just said to vote to a repeal.
Hey,
There are 3
attorney, what-
repeals, 3 as is.
Can I ask the attorney his opinion on
We
that?
can still ask for a future item on the next agenda to discuss another one. We're just repealing this one.
But we can't, it's not, we didn't have a vote on this. This is to give
We're doing
direction
a
to staff.
consensus. This is a give direction to staff using a consensus. A
Oh, I
consensus
don't
is
think
for.
Right,
that's
so
gonna
it's still
fly.
in
Tie
effect
break
until we
consensus.
bring. and
It's in
still
effect until it's voted out. We didn't vote it.
It's a tie
Consensus
break.
is not a vote. Consensus is not a vote.
There's no
This is- no,
ordinance. to repeal
consensus
it.
is not a vote. It is still in effect
It's a
until we vote it
review,
out.
discuss, and
It
give
is not
direction.
an agenda
Let
item.
Mr. Messer rule in then. We're giving direction.
Well, I think the agenda item should be open-ended, so at the council meeting, the vote can be whatever it is. I mean, it could be updated, it could be repealed, maybe there's something else that y'all want done. I don't know. I'd rather not pigeonhole it into a binary choice. I'd rather have it as open-ended and let the council decide. What do you want to do? What are you going to do with it?
We just,
One way or the other.
Well, perhaps we need a workshop on it, huh?
We might need that.
July 3rd?
anything,
Okay. Are we moving forward?
Please.
So we're going to put an agenda on the next meeting to discuss either repealing it, updating it, or adopting a new one. We're going to make some kind of an open-ended, is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Messer? Okay. Everybody satisfied with that? Okay, agenda item number 8, executive session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the city council may recess to executive session at any time during the meeting that a need arises for the city council to seek advice from the city attorney as to any posted item and by the following authority. A, Section 551.089, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits for Elisa Carver Park and the record storage room. B, Section 551.074, personnel matters, discussion of directors' compensation. And C, Section 551.074, personnel matters, review and discuss the city manager's job responsibilities and contract and conduct a 6-month performance review of the city manager.
Mayor, I would respectfully like to request that my review be done in open forum,
Be done in open forum,
please.
okay?
I'm transparent, I have nothing to hide, so if I have, good critiques, then I want the public to hear what I should be doing better.
Okay. It is 9:37 PM. Council is adjourned into executive session.
I'm all right.
Let's do
Go
it.
for it.
Thank you, John.
Never went out.
Can we do a recess?
Sorry. Personnel matters, review and discuss the city manager's job responsibilities and contract, and conduct a 6-month performance review of the city manager.
And time
All right,
is
council.
9:38.
You were all provided a sheet to complete that was an evaluation of the city manager. Did everyone go ahead and do that beforehand, or do you need to do that now?
I didn't receive one tonight, so
Did you receive a sheet?
I
I
did,
turned mine in.
no, we were
Okay, then we
provided
need
back
to
in
get
the
some
back,
sheets.
not here.
He's gonna go get them? Okay. All right, Mr.
Yeah, in this
Okay.
packet, it's
Mr.
not.
Seitz is gonna go get some sheets?
We take a 5-minute recess while we're.
Yeah, let's call a 10-minute recess for the restroom break. 9:38 PM. We're gonna call a
Oh, there it is.
which is like the 8th, I suppose.
Then I would suggest we'll put that as a future item for agenda to change, well,
We've got to do it now.
I was going to say, oh, we don't really have it on an agenda. We can put it on the June 23rd agenda for the special meeting. And we can put an agenda item on the special meeting for June 23rd to change the date of the next meeting, which of July 3rd to another date. We could do that and add it as a special item. If everybody doesn't think they'll be here July 3rd.
Well, it's just a pretty good risk. I mean, that is a holiday weekend, for crying out loud.
Yeah. So I would say let's discuss that during the next
Well, I
agenda item to ask that for a future item.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, but as long as we, like, posted 72 hours, we can change the date, right? We can change the date of council, we just need to notify the public and then make sure it's posted 72 hours prior. So that doesn't need to be a council thing, that just needs to be a, direction to.
He's asking to change the date for a discussion, because if we don't change the date, as long as there's a quorum here, the meeting goes on. So Holly would need to know whether the meeting is going on. So if 4 show up, there's still a quorum, we're having the meeting. But we can
What I'm
discuss
saying is,
changing it.
let's move it to Tuesday so that we know that there'll be a quorum here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that we need to have it as an agenda item and make that discussion, I would say.
That's not what he just said.
Unless you guys all want to email in that you can't come that day and he can cancel for lack of quorum, then it can just be automatically rescheduled without it being on an agenda.
Our city attorney just said it's just a direction to staff.
So I want to make sure we're clear procedurally where we are. So Mayor, are you basically saying that from the last agenda item, when we said the direction was to put it on the city council agenda on July 3rd, you're sticking with that date, and you're saying if you want that changed, you're gonna have to go through procedure to change it.
Yeah.
And that's not right now. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's our regular meeting date. That doesn't have anything to do with these budget meetings. The budget meetings was for 3 other weeks, not July 3rd.
And if I may, she's saying, wait to agenda item 10. If you want to request another council meeting for another agenda, do it then.
On June 23rd, yeah. Okay.
Well, I was told that we couldn't put anything else on the June 23rd agenda, was why I was doing that. We'll do it your way.
Yeah, we're not on it yet. I'm just. Okay. Back to agenda item number 8, executive session C. Personnel matters, review and discuss the city manager's job responsibilities and contract, and conduct a 6-month performance review of the city manager. All right, council, I'm going to open it up for any questions you have, any discussion that you want to have over any job responsibilities or his contract. I think it was all in your packet. Anything you want to change, add, discuss with him. And then you have an employee evaluation. It says annual, but really we're doing this for 6 months. And then we just need to complete that. And right now, the way we've been doing it in the past is that every individual member of us completes their own form, and then we just hand it to the employee, and it goes in their HR file. We used to do one together, but that was old. Now we've been doing this for a while.
Mayor,
All right, does anybody have any discussion? Ms. Reesley?
Is there a reason we're doing this for 6 months instead of a year? Because the paperwork says a year.
I don't think we had a form that just said 6 months. Holly could have changed it, she just didn't. It's just,
Is it normal for us to review the employees every 6 months?
we usually do every 6 months, and then we do every year.
Okay. I wasn't
Yes,
familiar with that.
Mr. Chapman?
Mayor, I have the same question. I visit with him 1 to 2 times a week, and I don't feel the need to do this.
Microphone.
Said I have the same question. I visit with the city manager 1 to 2 times every week, and I don't feel the need for this.
Well, it's
I don't
just
know why
something
we're
that-
doing it, I really don't.
It's something that we do with all employees. We just do a performance review. We do it with the secretary, we do it with the city manager. It's just a way for us to all communicate. Yes, Mr. Seitz?
since I had this for executive, and I did share kind of other cities and, what's going on and all that kind of stuff. and the value proposition here. I just want the community to realize too, I've never worked a salaried position where I've kept my hours. And the way our system works, I had to enter my hours. And, call it a God thing. When I asked Brent, he said, well, I just put in 40 hours a week. And I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to log it, and I'm going to journal what I do. And in 6 months, I have 118 hours on top of the 40 hours a week, which comes to almost 3 additional weeks. And I don't say this for any other reason than I could clock out at 5 and go home. Or I could try to stick to 40 hours. But I'm here, again, because I want to be here, and I love this city. And I will say that I do feel like this was meant to be an attack on me. And that may not be the case, but that's how I feel.
Mayor,
Yeah, Mr. Smith?
if the council agrees, I would, and it's a council-run government, I say we just discontinue this entire agenda item. I say we just dismiss this item. Can
And
we,
not have a
as
performance
a
review?
council, can we agree to not discuss this item right now and wait for the annual review?
Yes, Mr. Foster?
Yeah, if I'm going to critique Mr. Seitz, I'd say he's doing a fantastic job. I got nothing but praise, high praise for what he's done for the city. His heart is in the right place. He's got a great business mind. And so far, every decision that he's made, I've been agreed with. And keep up the good work, buddy, as far as I got to say.
Anybody else have any comments they want to make? Yeah, Mr. Heinrich? Sure, yeah, because we're doing it in open session. You can speak.
I'm Gary Heinrich, 803 Greenbrier. You've probably heard that before. Sounded like a broken record. When you guys hired, I've known Jonathan for a little while, but I didn't know what his skills were. He worked in advancement at Southwestern, and I went up there once in a while, donate a little money because I have a scholarship, my dad's name up there. So I got acquainted with him, but I don't know what his skills were. But when you guys hired him, you knew he'd never worked for a municipal before, right? I mean, did all of you know that? And you hired him. And you gave him a year's contract, did you? And then I think we just always critiqued our employees annually. Where I worked, I got critiqued annually, and I was in management. And by the way, 40 hours, you can forget that stuff. If you thought you was going to come here and work for 40 hours a week, now then the blind was leading the blind somewhere.
I forgot that 5 jobs ago.
Yeah, so anyway, you guys knew that he didn't have skills. So what you need to do is sit down, like I told you a while ago, Miss Mayor. You need to go in one day a week, every week. But I did it on Monday morning, but I was tired. So I could do that. I sat down with city manager and I said, what do you got on your agenda for the week? And he'd go over stuff, what we got on the council packet coming up. And we'd go over and look at all that stuff. And if I thought there was something that needed to be added, well, we'd add it. I never took anything off because basically they are the guys that draw up the agenda. We can add to it. So, but I think you got to do that. And then you can't put him on the defensive and expect him to be the good guy you want him to be. So when you say he's unethical, or maybe he done something unethical, maybe he wasn't aware of it or whatever, you can't throw him to the wolves here in a council meeting. You got to go in and sit down and visit with him, and you got to establish a relationship that is on equal ground. You can still have your opinions. By the way, my degree's in management from University of Texas at Arlington. So I learned these things a long time ago. I've been a manager for years and years with the power company. And you can't put your employees on the defensive. You got to build them up because you want them to work with you. You are a team. And if you don't have the team concept, you won't ever get anywhere. You just won't work. You got to be a team. You got to go in and sit down with them. You got to be the same way with all the rest of these people too. We all got different opinions, and that's fine. We got to respect those opinions. And we can't be after anybody in the bus, and we need to stay off of social media tearing people up. I don't even read Keene's posts. I don't read yours, Gutwa. I'm sorry, but I don't go there. I don't even read the cities because I'm afraid what's on it. Might be talking about me, something I did wrong 30 years ago. By the way, I was mayor 30 years ago. So anyway, we got to be a team, guys. If you can't be a team and work with these guys, difference of opinion, work them out. That's what you got to do. And then bring this guy along. What's happening to us now is every year or so we're hiring a new city manager. We never get anywhere or any continuity if we're always bringing a new guy on. Whether he's skilled and trained and got all the degrees that city managers want or not. We got to be a team. And if you can't do that, you guys need to come join the 4B board and get off the council. No, I just
I
kidding.
think your board's full now.
So you got to do that. You have to work with them. It's not always my opinion, you know, but you guys hired him. Now you got to see that he gets the training he needs and the support he needs from you. And you're key. You're key, Miss Mayor.
I'm a figurehead. That's what they tell me. I'm just a figurehead.
You're
I
key.
don't have any power.
Yeah, you got to get down there. You got to forget about Lisa Parrish, the mayor. Just Lisa Parrish, and you got to work with these people. That's the only way our city can progress. We just can't go on and on by shooting shots at each other. We got to get going together. And if we can't do that, and we need to elect new council members that can, that's where you got to be. And you got to work with the people. Bring them on. We have a hard time keeping people. And sometimes because we're too tough on them. We ask more of them than maybe they're capable at this particular point in the stage of their career. But if we can't do that, that's my appeal to you. By the way, I pray for all of you every day. I do. And some of you don't even like me. I still pray for you. I pray that someday you'll get right and like me, huh? Okay. So that's what we got to do, guys. I can't say it any plainer than that. I respect all of you. Our city voted for you and put you up here, and you're who we got to fly with. So, but you're key. You're the key. If that helps you a little bit, good. So, but you got to go talk. And all the council members, all our city managers we had while I was mayor, I told the council, you're welcome to go talk to him anytime you want to. And he would do it one-on-one. And remember that what you tell him, he doesn't necessarily have to do because it has to be a vote of you six. It has to be a majority. So, Gutwa, you may want him to fix that bridge down there on Eastern or whatever. Well, he doesn't have to do that unless this council votes to do it, see? So you got to get support. And if you use a little humility, you can get there, you know? You're not really as important as you think you are. I found that out. Wife told me. So anyway, that's all I got to say. You guys got to work together. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor. Okay. Okay, Mayor. Okay, Mayor and Council. I know, thank you, Mayor Gary Hendrick, for reminding us about our duties and what we are supposed to do for the citizens. So I know in the past, the city secretary did ask for our own review, and even the city manager, and we did it in 90 days. I don't know if we did 90 days for our city manager, There's been a lot of stuff. That has been the norm. So when somebody calls for a review, it doesn't mean that you're trying to attack somebody. You're trying to give the feedback. If the way we get the feedback out there is if I'm not doing my job, my boss, who is you, will give me the feedback. So when we are trying to give the feedback to the city manager, it doesn't mean like we don't like him or we are trying to, or we are mean. We're just trying to do what we have done in the past. When the review is called upon, we are given a form, and I say the areas of improvement. It's just a feedback. So that has been the norm, but I've not seen us have a review and then it turns into politics. It has always been professional. We are given a form, I state my opinion, and we hand it over to the city manager, and then he goes through it, gives it to the human resource, and we move on. So if you don't want to turn in your paper, that's okay. Whoever has whatever they have, maybe they want to say, keep up the good job, hey, that's feedback too. So it's not a bad thing, but we can turn it into politics, and that's not what this thing is all about.
All right, council, if you want to pass forward your sheets, we'll just pass them around to Mr. Seitz. Any sheets on this side to turn in?
No. But I would like to say something. This goes along with my time here at the city. In the short few months that I've been here, and Mr. Seitz has been here the entire time I've been sitting in this seat, the culture has changed for the better tremendously. I have been coming into the city, not quite as often as our councilman over here, but when I do get a chance to come in, I see smiles on people's faces, even if they are reading the tax code, Mrs. Carey. I'm greeted with just the most genuine smiles. I have talked to, Mr. Seitz does not know this, but I have talked to almost everybody about Mr. Seitz. How's he doing? Do you guys work well together? In my own way, I ask these questions because I want to know that our CEO of this city is making an impact not only in your job by making it easier, but by his overall presence in the way that he performs. And overwhelmingly, not one person can say one bad thing. Mira, I got to speak with her in the hallway. Orna, got to speak with her in her office. Holly, I've spoken to her several times. Not one person. Even Dawn over here, which Dawn's disgruntled all the time. So it's really, I'm just kidding, Dawn. But so the premise here is what I'm saying is when you get that quality of feedback from the people that are in this organization and they're being fed by a higher power who's performing at a level that is just blowing the socks off of the people that work here, then you know that there's unity in this place. And to me, that's what defines the guy sitting in that chair right there. So I don't have a paper to turn in because I'm just going to say it out loud. And I think you're doing a great job. So thank you, Mr. Seitz.
All right, we want to move on to the next agenda item?
That would work.
All right, agenda item number 8A and B are going to be done in executive session. It's 10:09 p.m. We're going to convene into executive session at 10:09 p.m. We have no action to be taken from any item in executive session. So moving on to agenda item number 10, request for future agenda items. Council, do you have anything you would like to add to the next agenda? We were already going to change and add in a discussion to the June 23rd meeting to discuss to change the possible July 3rd date. So we've got that on our special meeting that's called for Monday, June 23rd. And then there was an agenda item to look at, that we were going to talk about the rules of order and procedure again. So we're going to put that on whatever the meeting is for July 3rd, if it gets rescheduled to whatever that meeting might be. Do you have anything else?
Do you want me to go over what I have written down, Mayor?
Anything? Yes.
So I have to add the Don's Lawn Care City Hall mowing for council to ratify, the appointment policy for the boards, update or repeal the rules of order and procedure, and that's,
Yeah.
and then,
Put those on there if the lawn thing gets ready in time, because it's got to go to that board first, so.
okay.
Yeah, put those on the July 3rd meeting until we, at such time, we might reschedule the 3rd meeting to whatever. Anything else, council? All right, it's 10:58 PM. Council is adjourned.